Baby made mess. Very much baby made mess.
Nice cock.
Nice cock. Chat, I am so floppy. I am so ridiculous.
Like the dirty dog you are!
From my massage. Oh my god.
Big boy, fuck along.
Hello, good evening.
Like the dirty dog you are!
Oh, we've got Gerald from
Like
Hey
the
Arnold
dirty
joining
dog
us
you
today
are!
on the debates. You're home now. Welcome home. Gonna watch some electile dysfunction. Oh, it's time. It's that time of year. Thank you. I'm a snail for the $9.99. You bought a massive milkshake for this stream? Oh my god, I wish I had a massive milkshake.
If you buy a fox and you put the fox in your house, it's gonna do fox things.
I do fox things.
Get ready for some primetime boomer blood sports.
I love boomer blood sports. Thank you. Thank you. Helmet Boy for the $10 doodles. Enjoy the boomer blood sports. Might not be fast, but it's still wild. Motherfucking John Smith. Thank you for the 99.99. Thank you for the happy early birthday, my guy. Thank you. Big, huge, thick Chad, man. Thank you. I've got morning voice, aka quiet. Actually, it looks like I accidentally knocked my game
buy a fox and you put the fox in your house, it's gonna do fox things.
I do the fox thing.
Need to work early tomorrow. I'm just here to listen to your beautiful voice put me to sleep and no sounding stories. Chat, I would like to avoid the nightmares that will fuel when I'm asleep.
But what if the president brings up sounding? Devon Adair, thank you for the $10 doodle. Thank you. I hope you get good sleep for work.
I don't wanna.
What is that hairstyle?
Big boy,
not my
fuck
original,
along.
but like the hairstyle I had for years. Very many years. Can we have another century of American isolationism? You're fine with having allies in Asia, but otherwise we really need to turn inward and fix our own shit. I would love if we could go even half as isolationist as Japan is. Let's be real. No, his hairstyle? Oh, the guy? He's just Gerald from Hey Arnold. Literally the spitting image. The video player pauses every time I alt-tab to a different browser. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. A pissant platform send notifications on time. What the fuck? Speaking of notifications.
This is your song. Thank you.
I can't even fucking slave song today, chat.
This is your song. Thank you.
Thank you.
Slaves built the pyramids, slaves built the Parthenon, slaves built America, slaves, this is your song.
That's
Thank
your
you.
song.
Slaves, thank you. Slaves, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Slaves, slaves, this is your song. Thank you. Slaves.
Thank you, Lunchbox, for the TTS song and 100 slaves. Thank
I want to
you.
read that one.
Thank you.
Good evening, Kirsche,
Good
chatters,
evening.
and lurkers. Hope we are all ready to kill our livers with this. I'm skipping the absinthe for Foster's as there is still work to be done tomorrow.
I've got
Also,
tons
fuck,
of water.
the dam in Manicoto is being washed away.
Big boy, fuck along.
Someone already told me what the Manicoto Dam is, and I
Sally,
remember.
your boyfriend
My
lets
brain
you
is
have
working.
2 comms?
Ashenbauer, thank you for the $10 doodles. Thank you. Munya. You forgot we were drinking. I'm not drinking. My massage therapist did a number on me, and I feel so good, man. I feel so good, but it hurts. It hurts so good. Unfortunately, you're watching this sober. Alerts are a bit too loud. I'll probably have them all turned off for when we watch the debate, just so it doesn't get overwhelming. You know, we don't get fucking too much sound in our ears. I'll turn them off when it actually starts. I'll need them to
fuck along.
turn off the TTS though. Do we have bingo? I would love to have a bingo. Is there a bingo board for presidential debates?
Nom nom.
Janky Jiggle Physics, not me. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Kirsche gonna be on that super coke for this debate. I need some super coke, man. Kirsche, take your meds. Meds, hey!
Redhead, thank you for the 100 biddies.
We hope Foxley votes for Chase Oliver, as he's
Yeah,
definitely a
sure.
real libertarian and not a
Massage.
Fed psyop.
Congrats, Kia.
Oh my god, any third party right now is probably just a psyop, let's be real. A third party doesn't exist in the US, unfortunately. A toast engineer, thank you for the $5 doodles. It is a massage.
She's a wonderful lady. I love her.
Dual thank you for the 100 biddies. Can't wait to see Trump debate a sentient bottle of Adderall, same. Same, unironically. No, let me switch to...
If you buy a fox, and you put the fox in the White House, it'll do a better job than the current corpse emperor.
That's
Kirsche, take
true.
your
I
meds.
mean,
Meds,
barely.
hey!
I'm kind of brain damaged, but still.
This is a public service announcement. Kirsche and chat are super mega duper omega cute and wonderful. Less than 3 love Kirsche and chat.
If you buy a fox
I
and you put the
you.
fox in your house, it's gonna do fox
Hello,
things.
James Ball.
Hey Kirsche, I'm heading to Taco Bell. Would you like anything?
Oh god, no, I had a lot of French fries. I can't eat anything else right now. I can't eat anything else. I'm so fucking dead, dude. Porch, thank you for the $10 doodle. Thank you. And Mia Khalifa's backshot wind. Thank you for the $5 doodles. Bailey, you are super duper mega cute and lovely. Thank you for the $5 doodles. Thank you. I know. Rogues do it from behind. Thank you for the 11 months of prune. Thank you for pruning. Trey Coors, thank you for the 5. Do I know of any other VTubers streaming the debates or even covering politics at all? I don't think so. If another VTuber does happen to stream them, I'd be interested to know who they are, because that'd be something I could collab with that isn't
Big boy,
dangerous.
fuck along.
If I can have Biden on the best drugs money can buy. True and real. Insolent, thank you for the 5 Canadians. Thank you. I hope the VOD stays up so you can watch it when you get home in the morning, even if they region lock it. VPN gang for the win. We'll see. If I'm streaming it from PBS, but if CNN still takes down the YouTube stream, I am streaming on Twitch.
Your boyfriend lets you
And
have
if
2 comes.
If for some reason my Twitch stream also gets taken down, I'm just gonna move to the Discord. We're just gonna watch it in the Discord instead.
He's like,
This is a public service announcement. Nothing I say can be worse than what we're about to hear, probably. GFL. Greater than 3.
like the dirty
Evil
boy
Bailey!
Don't be evil, Bailey. That's rude.
Thank you for the $5 doodle. Thank you. People are posting the debate bingo card in Discord stream suggestions. Oh fuck yeah. Let me see. Where do I get this thing? Stream suggestions. Let's fucking
I hope someone
play
reminded
bingo,
Jay
baby.
Tapper that he cannot enter the debates without announcing his own presidential bid.
All right, let me close my browser thingy so I can put this on my other monitor. Oh yeah. Wait, no, I can't put this on my other monitor. I need to put it in Paint so I can actually edit it. Kirsche, why are you made of retard? Hayden, thank you for the 10. Since I asked, J Junie Smoothie is also watching. I have no idea who that is. I'll have to check him out another time. Let's see, debate bingo card. Can I make this? Okay, here we go. All right, I've made it. A name is mispronounced. That's just any stream that I get brought up in. Leadhead, thank you for the 100 biddies. You can have Colbert. What did he mean by this?
I know.
Okay, all right. We got this back working. You finally joined the slumber party to play bingo. It's happening. Chat's so fast that you can only see the boing boing. Kirsche Princess. Hello, Korea friend. Annyeonghaseyo. Teach people how to get into the Discord. Click on the Discord link, read the rules channel, do what the rules say, get access to the rest of the Discord.
Frog vomit butthole, but like, I'm curious if he's done it.
I
is
went 2
happening?
weeks without watching any tubers because I was accused and threatened by my father over something I didn't do.
What?
Feels good to be back and to see the old model, too.
Hammy Hams, thank you for the 15. What the fuck? Why did your father threaten you? That doesn't seem very nice. It doesn't seem like a very good communication that he has going on there with you. I'm sorry you had to deal with that shit. Thank you for the $15 doodle. Thank you. Marquise Obscurite. You're gonna play a drinking game. You'll take a shot every time these elderly folks get dementia. Pray for my liver. Will Joe Biden get dementia more or less often than I do on stream? Let's find out. Did I hear about the CNN shenanigans? It was gonna be happening during the debate? No? Other than them striking people.
Where's the swinger P-Nap hat?
Pinyap? No, it's not swing, are you freak? Nepkin. Thank you for the $10 doodles. Oh my god. Oh my god. Should we call 991? What? CMCD 1989. Thank you for the prune. Thank you for pruning. A Brosef 44. Thank you for the 4-month member. Thanks for the laughs and white pills. Fuck you. Now let's get to the madness tonight. I'm ready. I'm ready for the absolute madness coming up here soon. Dreamin', thank you for the fucking 100 DKKs. Tuning in from Denmark. Appreciate the Foxy News. Welcome to watching our crazy political schemes. Raging Wolf Helmet? What is a Raging Wolf Helmet, Skewky? What is this icon you have? She's back to the non-swinger model. Yeah, it's I've had this model basically the same amount of time as my like regular default old model. It's always funny seeing people complain about how like I recently started doing politics, and it's like, man, I've had this model almost as long as my original, like back as a Terra streamer. You're excited to see the memes that come from this? Same, dude. Skeleton Preacher, they give the vibe. Debate prediction. You're giving billions of dollars to other nations goes too far. You giving billions to other nations doesn't go far enough. Yeah, pretty much. I expect much of that and much of, we need to secure the border. No, we need more people coming through the border to replace the labor. According to Beanie Boy, the press corps has warned of a medical emergency at the debates already. Oh no, dude. If Biden dies during the debates, I am going to lose my mind. Imagine that they've been, like, just barely keeping him alive until the debates, and then they'll, like, just let him die on the stage, have Kamala take over, you know, and then they'll run her against Trump. It's her turn!
I don't wanna.
Slender Chris 228, they give the 3 months of prune. Thank you. Old men screaming match. You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. Onion. Where whumps I? Improv, man, they give you the $2 if they said Culver's Midwestern Burger Chain. What do you mean? What about Culver's? I don't know anything about Culver's. That'd be the sweetest effing chat ever. Hobby Clivian, thank you for the $5 doodles. Hello, my fellow Americans. Welcome to the debate. A word from our current president. Good aferfu America pedefi herbue faba faga. Thank you. Don't monkey paw this shit. Man, if I wasn't beat the fuck up and I had actually gone live at 7:30 like I had planned, thank God they pushed it back half an hour and I had extra time to like collect my limbs and place them back on my body. But the Black VTuber Awards happened recently. I completely forgot about their existence after I made that tweet months ago. So I'll probably bring this up on Friday and actually go into it. But the Black VTuber Awards happened. And when I found out that they were going to happen, I actually made a tweet and I was like, hey, hold on, wait a minute. How are you going to make a Black VTuber Award? Is it going to be based on the model being black or the pilot being black? And on top of that, how black do you have to be in order to participate in the Black VTuber Awards? And it turns out I am as clairvoyant as ever, because the lady who set up the Black VTuber Awards got people attacking her for not being black enough because her mother... her father is white. And much like Jamie Lee Curtis having a child in VTubing, The person who set up the Black VTuber Awards' father apparently is Robert De Niro? How does this get even crazier, man? I'm out of my fucking mind. Of course, many such cases. The cultists are perfectly predictable, aren't they? Yeah, De Niro. What the fuck is this timeline? I want to see the timeline where we have Robert De Niro's daughter and Jamie Lee Curtis's, I think it's also daughter. I can't remember which way trans they are. Have a VTuber stream together. I want that timeline. They need to collab. Bruce Sobolvaro, thank you for the 5. You're hoping for a Jimmy Carter comeback 2024, a legendary feat for any man. True and real. Christ, you can't make this stuff up. I just thought it was funny after Robert De Niro had that meltdown outside of the fucking courthouse for the Trump thing. Celebrity collabs would destroy VTubing. Couldn't even get her a nepo job in regular acting. She has to shoehorn her way into VTubing with cash. I mean, maybe she just enjoys it, right? I'm not gonna like say that she doesn't enjoy it, but it's like identity politics are a little bit of a weird thing to bring into VTubing when you can literally be quite anything you want to be. Ted Dragoon, thank you for the 5. Dinner is fixed. Cinnamon rolls are in the oven. Kitchen rolls clean. Now time to watch the clown show with the best crime boss. Hell yeah! I want your cinnamon buns.
So how much of this debate will be the hosts arguing with Trump in place of Biden?
I expect quite a lot of that because of it being CNN. Also, man, this guy, I can't stop seeing this man and seeing his hair and seeing Gerald. Keystrix, thank you for the $5 doodles. Thank you. Can literally be a Prada bag VTuber, true. Marquise Obscurite, thank you for the 5. You can play a drinking game. You'll take a shot every time the elderly folks get dementia. I read that and I said, I don't know if it'll be more or less often than me. That's crazy. That's crazy. I know. Let's see. Sergeant Buck, thank you for the 5.
6,000-year-old lolly cum demon vampires.
This'll be a fun. Thank you for streaming it, lovely Foxu.
I hope it'll be a fun fucking time with everybody, dude. It's kind of crazy. Thank you, Swiggity Potate, for the $20 doodles. Thank you. I hope it's a good time. Hope it's a good dementia-ridden time. Want to buy lolly cum demon vampires? I don't even remember why I said that. Like, I have no idea what the context of that alert is. Sergeant Buck, thank you for the 5. You hope someone reminded Jake Tapper they cannot enter the debate without announcing his own presidential bid. True. Lysanic, thank you for the 100 biddies. You finished all your work for the night. Time to sit back on the clock and listen to the Fox. Oh, big chillin' at work tonight, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Van Saval, thank you for the prune. Thank you for pruning. Lord Brown Bear, thank you for the 5. This is a public service announcement. Nothing you say could be worse than what we're about to hear. True and real. Stevie Las Vegas, thank you for the 3 months of prune. You want the drug Biden's on? I also would like to try his drugs right now. I feel like you're probably going to need them for this debate. Let's be real. I knew. Azertonic, thank you for the full fucking year of subs, my guy. Thank you for the 12-month resub. Thank you. Occam's Ninja, thank you for the 5. So you're not an anime fox girl in real life. What do you mean?
I should have made an alcoholic 4-bag drink named Bada Kafka for this debate. Thank you for the white pills in this world. But I also swear to God if Binny Man was right and Newsom saving Biden on stage is how they parachute him in Cheers.
You have to vote for him. He's dying. It's his last chance.
Danny DeLito, thank you for the $5 doodles. Is there a bingo card for chat? Someone posted the bingo card, card in stream suggestions if you wanted to pull it up. Munya. Improv Man, thank you for the 2. Using water for the game hydration at work. I have so much water. These 2-hour-long massages, I have never been so beat the fuck up in my entire life. I have to drink so much water to recover from this, dude. I was watching a Moist Critical clip when I said that. What the fuck? Clip for the lolly demon vampires. Let's bring this up really quick. Let's bring this up real fucking quick here.
Jeez,
we're getting down to the wire. It's about to begin.
Comes?
It's about to begin. Common behavior of Latinos? What is she talking about? What are they doing?
Well, first of all, anime is fake. Those like children lolly things, those fucking 900-year-old vampires that look like they're 4 years old, the little cum demons that have existed for 2 millennia.
I didn't remember he called them cum demons.
This is your song, thank you.
Do 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 do.
Thank you.
Do 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 do.
Thank you.
Do 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 do.
This is your song, thank you.
Thank you, the last romance.
Hello Foxy Lady, I spent the last 4 hours trying to fix my internet. I can confirm that both AI chatbot and Indian tech support are both fucking useless.
Oh my
God.
God.
Of these candidates need to address how shit ISPs are.
More milkies.
I don't like the government controlling things, but I feel like the internet at this point is just a necessary framework, much like telephone was, right? And
Glad
so
the bingo card made it.
I don't know.
Let's hope
Maybe the
Biden
internet
poop
shouldn't
his
have
pants
all these
spec
different
slip
companies creating monopolies, but I don't know how you would
bet to win
really fucking fix that
$18,000
without
makes
government
it
intervention.
2D.
I don't wanna.
Internet isn't going away, not at all. Last Roman, thank you for the fucking huge $100 noodles. Cheeseburger.
Thank you.
My dad, who's a first responder and has been his whole working career, believes that they have him on an Alzheimer's meds that will bring him back to reality but literally
What?
fries and melts their brains.
Oh God. That is a really scary thought. Wolf Everdeen, thank you for the $5 doodles. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, but they look like a 6-year-old. Those aren't real people. They are animated fake.
I love the 6,000-year-old lolly cum demon vampires.
He did just rattle off like a whole bunch of nonsense before that. Rolling for if Biden dies
Is it
on
bad to be
stage.
attracted to
Jesus
a cartoon
Christ.
fox that you don't even know that well?
It says live, but I don't have a little red dot. Why don't I have the red dot? Fucking red dot me up, idiot.
Ooh, baby, can I have the cum cream?
Star Phoenix, thank you for the 5. As Biden starts deflating on stage, Obama pulls himself out of the Biden skin suit and points at Trump before saying, "A new challenger has arrived." This is a level of skin suiting I don't want to witness, dude. Well, Spady Cake, thank you for the 10. Not gonna be able to watch the whole thing live as you're a working courier, but this reminds you of the presidential election from Smiling Friends. Not like this.
And his name is John C.
You know fun being a courier? Is that a fun job since you're just like in the little car all day? A Desert Ghost, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Hello, Foxu in chat. You'll be saving people in advance of the debate. Saving people? Are you an ambulance guy? You a first responder kind of guy? How about I put a tiny top hat on your penis? Yeah! Tiny top hat! Desert Ghost! Thank you for the 50! Thank you for the 50 gift subs, you absolute mad lad. Thank you! Thank you, thank you. What's the backup plan if CNN attempts to bring its wrath on you? If CNN shuts down my YouTube stream, I am streaming on Twitch, so people hopefully will funnel to Twitch. I know a lot of people hate Twitch, but if YouTube shuts me down, that's where I gotta be. And if I get shut down on Twitch, we're gonna be in the Discord. We'll go to the Discord and we'll watch it there. He said, the Wraith. You're a Wraith. Oh, Squidbillies hat. Nice, thank you. I like the Squidbillies. They're fun. Thank you, Desert Ghost, you thick fucking Giga Chad, for those 50 gift subs once again. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Mr. Kaleidoscope, thank you for the 5-month resub. We're into the 2nd trimester. The day of your birth grows ever closer. You cannot escape it. It's the fucking mailman. I love the mailman. And the milkman.
And his name is John C.
Please reload the tab. I might be delayed. I mean, I can reload the tab. I don't think I'm delayed because I think I dragged it and I fixed it. Yeah,
Well,
it
I'll
looks
have
like
to
I'm
catch
in real
the
time.
VoD if it doesn't get CNN'd. Something important came up. Sorry.
Oh no, Swiggity Potate! Thank you for the $5. I hope it's nothing emergency. I just hope it's like a not a bad important is what I'm trying to say with my bad word language. I hope everything's alright, Swiggity Potate. Have a good evening. It's fair use. They should have zero right to take anyone down. I agree, but just in case they do, since apparently they told Tim Pool that they plan on doing so. You told me they were delayed by 1 or 2 minutes. Those bastards. Those bastards. Who's delayed? Like PBS in general? Foxwoman, have you seen the Kirsche caveman? I did see the Kirsche caveman. I retweeted your thingy. Elon Musk tweeted Tim Pool he will be about to be cast on X without issues. I considered try-casting to X, but I really don't want to stream on their platform until my demonetization is fucking taken care of. Trump should let Biden talk. Show how inept he is at even talking. True. Trying to play Elden Ring, but you keep dying because I'm too distracting. I believe in you. You can beat it. Go to the settings gear and set the speed to ×2 to get past the YouTube buffer. What does he mean by this? What YouTube buffer? This is when Kick would have been helpful. What's this propaganda before the debate? I don't know. Doing a pre-debate, pre-show with foreplay? I don't know, man. You say as you play Death Road to Canada. I haven't played that in a hot minute, and I would like to. I think it died. I think it died from setting it to ×2. Now I am buffering. I was lied to. Setting it to ×2 caused me to buffer. Hail from Denmark. It's 2:30 a.m. Jesus Christ. You must be a premature debater. Death Road to Canada chatters making the decision. Thank you, chat. All right, well, I'm going to refresh it again because clearly it's broken now. All right, okay.
And ultimately came together last August to draft 5 proposals that they felt could help address gun violence.
911, what is the address of your emergency?
I forgot about that.
Was a man holding an assault rifle shooting through the door.
What prompted their effort was the incident 1 year ago when a shooter killed 3 9-year-old children and 3 adults at the private Christian Covenant School in Nashville. Just one of 82 school shootings in the U.S. in 2023.
When I say gun reform, you say no! Gun reform! No!
What a terrible chant! It doesn't even rhyme!
Following the tragedy, students, parents, and gun safety
what is Black
activists
Dynamite
called
doing
on
at a
the
gun
Tennessee State
safety rally
Legislature
thing?
to act to prevent more gun violence.
They can't silence the thousands of us here who are demanding change. No action, no peace, no...
Eventually leading to the controversial expulsion of 2 black lawmakers from the State House.
I am a pleading mother. I don't want any one of you to feel what this feels like.
Then, in August of last year, Tennessee's Republican Governor Bill Lee called a special session to enact gun safety measures. I click on the dot next to live,
it should bring me to the latest.
No
I think I'm at.
passed.
Oh, I was at the latest.
Out some solutions of their own.
I don't know why it keeps
4
falling
of their
behind.
Proposals centered on measures that would not restrict access to firearms, things like promoting responsible gun ownership, broadening the role of police officers in schools, working to reduce
I thought they wanted to defund the police, though. Make up your minds.
And increasing understanding of gun issues in schools, communities, and the media. The one measure they agreed on that focused on restricting gun access became the most controversial, allowing the temporary removal of firearms from individuals based on the risk that they may commit a violent act.
You walk in a room and you're
See, like, in theory, I would be like, yeah, that sounds good. But in practice, I know how red flag laws work, and they don't.
Ariel Gibson Martin, who took part in the solutions session, is a district manager in Memphis area local government who works in violence prevention.
How about stricter mental health checks?
She says she learned a new way to connect with those she doesn't agree with.
You break bread together.
It's guilty until proven innocent.
Together.
Yeah, like
ask, hey, I heard you say that one
in
thing
a world where I imagine they would put that into practice correctly, it would be like, oh, hey, this guy is constantly writing in his little scrapbooks about how he wants to shoot up his school. Maybe we shouldn't let him have firearms.
Polling
you know?
done by Starts With Us, the same nonprofit that organized the sessions, suggested that those 5 proposals had majority support among Tennesseans statewide, some narrowly. The plan was to then take these hard-won compromises to the state capitol to present lawmakers in this Republican-dominated state with a way forward.
We are depending on you to choose the path that enables collaboration across lines of difference for the good of all Tennesseans.
The group invited over 100 Tennessee legislators to attend their
That's
session,
a nice
but only
staircase.
10 showed up.
Crickets.
Only 10!
Adam Luke is a family therapist and gun enthusiast who was part of the Tennessee 11.
My House representative from my district shows up and then doesn't even want to have a conversation with me afterwards. I had to chase him down the hall.
You chased him down the hall?
Yeah, because as soon as I ended, he left the chambers quite quickly and didn't want to take like our information packet, anything like that. And I do believe that this is when we start talking about the extremes.
They literally bragged about the leftists storming the Capitol, but at the state level, it's cool when they do it. It really is. It really is cool when they do it.
Suicide to have a conversation with
Bobbers
the
and
NewsHour reached out to a dozen Republican state lawmakers representing the home districts of the Tennessee 11, but none agreed to talk with us about these issues. And when Adam Luke, the gun rights advocate, reached out to local gun organizations to share his excitement about the exchange of ideas that was happening, he encountered not just opposition,
they can't
but
enact
threats.
as much
I was
of
met with serious hostility.
The crazy policy they would like to, unless we are a disarmed population.
And leaving.
And people's counter to that is typically, well, what are you going to do against the government with your puny little firearms? It's like, what about all those farmers with their puny little firearms in the Middle East that did massive damage to us? I'd be like, I don't know, man.
You to speak for me.
In fact, a conservative newspaper,
CNN,
the Tennessee
actual
Star,
live debate
picked up
won't
the
start until
story,
9 p.m.
criticizing the effort for being funded by an out-of-state billionaire. The article claimed that the whole effort was designed to push a gun control agenda.
Why are they like this? I'm gonna just turn down the volume. They keep pushing it back. Gotta watch on YouTube. Twitch doesn't agree with mobile streaming. Imagine how much gun crime would drop in a strong economy and strong mental health care. Bring back the asylums, man. Bring them fucking back.
Could go away.
Enigma, thank you for the 5. Take a shot of ketchup every time they mute Don's mic. I don't want to drink the ketchup, man.
That's all they will hear.
She's on the YouTube. I am on the YouTube. Aren't the majority of mass shooters lefties recently? Recently, yeah.
I think that's why I fought so hard during the solution sessions.
Recently, I mean, I'm still on the point of we don't really know exactly what their ideology is because a lot of these kind of fucking glow, right?
In fact, is a strong
Not Miku, thank you for the $9.99. Your cube has been shipped. You're about to ask if they're still rolling out. A few years got lost. Your Pippa plush came yesterday and it's lonely. My Pippa plush came in today. I need to take a picture of it. It's so soft and cute.
And executive director of the Tennessee Firearms Association.
They all came from single mother homes. True. Single mothers are a disaster.
Supreme Court have been clear.
They talk generically about mental health, but they don't want to mention the shooter. Why? Why are they like this?
A motto or a line that is your...
Tennessee's only no compromise gun rights organization.
The reason the stream is being delayed is because they have to fix the Trump and Biden bots, and also to ask the CIA what they can and cannot say.
And Supreme Court
Imagine teaching everyone a gun safety class, 1 to 2 hours, gun crime drops to nearly 0, gangsters become more accurate and wipe each other out. 2 birds.
The citizen solution session was...
Canis Lopez Rex, thank you for the 2-month resub, my guy. Thank you.
That my community, the gun community...
The CIA is beholden to the Fed, true.
True
and real.
That are out there, but
Rex Tenors, thank you for the 5 hour. CNN has to finish loading the AI program to edit Trump's lines. Please understand. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of them.
And showed up to this.
Swamp Fox Prism 1X. Somebody got good taste in optics. Star Phoenix, thank you for the $2. Your Pippa plushie came too. Plushie buddies, hell yeah.
New measures in place to
Heck
reduce
yeah.
gun violence.
Who do I think is going to win the debate? Trump, Biden, or the American people? I don't think there's ever any winners in these debates, right? I don't think anybody wins. I have nose cummies. Please hold.
I'm Judy Woodruff in Harriman, Tennessee.
Polls during election season offer a snapshot of how Americans feel about a certain topic or candidate at a given moment. PBS News' Lisa Desjardins went behind the scenes with our partners at Marist College for a look at how the PBS News NPR Marist poll comes together.
Inside the offices of the Marist Institute for Public Opinion.
My name is Jacob. I'm a student calling from Marist College.
There's a buzz in the room. Over several hours and days.
Why do all of these men look like they are made out of soy candles? What happened? We used to be a real country.
Overseeing it all.
It's a neat process.
Oh my God, that man's pants are so high.
Institute, and Barbara Cavallo, the director of the Marist poll.
They are the ones.
If Trump gets more votes because of it, you consider it a win, I guess.
Talking about issues or...
No name, thank you for the 2. Don't deny the no zussy juice sounds. What's wrong with you? Every time I like lift my arms to my face, my forearms are so fucking sore, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's so bad. It's like I just spent fucking the last hour non-stop lifting is the soreness that I feel.
A volunteer.
We are talking to people in your community.
As I hopped on the phone,
Kirsche gonna get jacked.
Rejection firsthand.
From forearm to sore arm.
Start by being engaged and enthusiastic.
Why is there this artwork all of a sudden?
Callers all were trained for this.
How about we try a few questions and see how it goes?
Both online.
The survey should take about 12 minutes.
Do I even lift? I do. I do even lift.
Before any calls are made. Every step of the Marist poll is carefully considered.
Now's the time for that, I think.
At least 90s clip art had some soul. Yeah, people want to impregnate that fucking paperclip, man.
Where we discuss, sometimes
Composite Frylog, they even $1.99. Am I using my old VTuber model? I am. Because I have a booty hunter hat and a Gadsden flag shirt. So I figured, you know what? Someone mentioned it the other day. They're right. Let's put it on.
Then pollsters at Marist with decades of experience.
Dre CL, thank you for the proom, my guy. Thank you for the proom. Why train kids for a low-paid job? Because that's all they're going to be able to get. Next question.
Once that word
Eat car on hate. Thank you for the gift sub to Maniacal Foreigner. Thank you.
All the callers.
What button do I press to make the Chris Vector fire?
The exact same
if I was going to fire the gun, my arms are not enabled right now. I don't have arms. Let's see here. Do I remember even?
Every single time. No inflection on any word.
No, it doesn't seem like I do. Doesn't seem like I remember.
In the back of the room.
Maybe
streak of completed calls.
Nope.
You may be getting the point.
I remembered! I found it!
Not easy.
Whole prefab vector because my model mama didn't know how to do metal textures.
Survey of respondents.
I shouldn't say that I'm going to bring the gun to the debate. That would actually be in bad taste. I thought I was gonna make a Walmart tier joke, and then I was like, wait a minute, I probably shouldn't do that. The SFX, I know, it's the best bullet sound, honestly.
Because people aren't necessarily going to be responding.
Too hot for YouTube. What do you mean?
That's going to give everybody.
Mr. President, get down. The Fox woman is crazy.
This is the data.
As the surveys are underway.
See, Kirsche is wearing her new Trailer Park Boys attire. Yeah, I mean, if 2020 is new, sure, yeah.
I am running prelim data. I'm looking at
Pogo Man 951 RS1. I don't know what that means. Thank you for the proom. Thank you for prooming. Wouldn't be CNN taking you down if you finished that. True and real. Unwashed since 2020.
What do you see when you look at
Imagine the smell.
I can. Yes. What do you think the most interesting?
No Russian Foxu edition. 2020 is 5 fucking years ago. Okay, well, it's 4 years ago. Oh, we're not in 2025 yet, okay? All right.
Actually reflect the larger population. For instance, if one survey happens to get 60% of its responses
Oh, it's still talking about surveys. I was like, why are we looking at male and female right now? What's happening?
Just over 50%.
Kijua, thank you. Oh my God, holy shit. Thank you for the 20 gift members. Good fucking lord, you're correct. Thank you. Help, thank you.
Is where you want to be. If you want to think of it as a soup recipe, well, what
when did the two old fucks start bickering on stage? Well, it was originally supposed to start at 8, and then they pushed it back to 8:30, and then they pushed it back to 9. So who fucking knows when this shit's gonna start?
Polling itself has grown.
It's my ideal Chris 9 of 45. I've only played around with the 9, but I think it'd be fun to shoot a 45 in real life.
Who's up and who's down?
You've seen that it's supposed to be 9 all day. The original, when they announced the debate, was 8 o'clock. And then they pushed it back to 8:30 at some point, like well before today. And then today, they pushed it back to 9.
To be on the presidential debate stage this week.
The most anticipated moment of this election.
It is the most anticipated.
Just
Will they
two
live?
candidates,
Can they
Joe Biden
survive
and
talking
Donald Trump,
for an
who
hour?
have consistently polled at least 15% support in national polls.
Polls, including yours, are used as qualifications for debates. What do you think about that?
That's bad.
Does anyone believe the polls anymore? I feel like anyone reporting on any poll at all, unless they're just saying, look at these things that have no validity anymore.
A little polling
it's just like being
glossary here.
crazy.
He means the margin of error, the range above and below the poll result that represents where mathematically the true feelings of the entire country or larger group could be.
So far, the polls have been right once.
Margins of error, as well as some
Once in the
high-profile
last
differences
100
between
years.
polls and election results,
You know, the polls are all rigged.
have helped some candidates fuel public doubts in polling at large.
Polls are definitely better for some things than others.
I don't
Courtney
think you
Kennedy
can
is
look
the
at the
Vice President of
2016
Methods and
election where
Innovation at the
every
Pew
poll
Research
had
Center.
Hillary
She
winning
says
by
it
a
all comes
large
down to
fucking
how
margin
you use
and
polls.
not think
Can
they're
we use
rigged.
polling to
Like, there's
predict
just
the
no
winner
fucking
in a very
way.
competitive election? The answer
You've
is
got a drum
no.
mag? Oh my god, I love
polling,
the
but
drum
it's just
mags.
not a precise enough tool to do that. Polling is absolutely up to that task of giving us a high-level read of how the public feels about a major issue of the day.
And not all polls are created equal, which is confusing. So how should people figure out if a poll is, in a word, good?
It's
Track
not.
record
Ignore
and
them.
transparency. Is this a polling organization that you've heard of that has a track record of doing high-quality, nonpartisan polls? Or
Just
not?
another fan to
Polls
thank
that
you
are
for the
willing
$2.
to
Come on,
disclose
Don.
more
You've been
detail
itching for
about
new
how they
meme
do their
material,
work.
man.
They tend to be more accurate. Where does
I
Maris
was
fit in all
blessed
that? Their
by
track record
meme
is
magic
one
to
of-
be at
of,
the rally
trying
where
really
the
hard to
"Don't
be
give them their
nonpartisan
coats"
and
happened.
doing rigorous polling.
Despite the science and the work to be more transparent,
How much do you trust public opinion polls?
polls themselves have an approval problem. Trust us, we asked. During this PBS News NPR Marist
Here's a poll asking if you
6 in
trust
10 Americans
polls.
told us they have little to no trust in public opinion polls.
Why do you think
So
people should trust
38% of
polls?
people having
I
trust
don't
in
know that
polls is
it's
higher
about
than I was
trust,
figuring,
and
you
it's
know?
about faith. It should really be about science.
There's
Regardless
no
of what
way.
they
There's
said,
no way it's
or
actually
whether the trust in
38%.
polling is irrevocably
Just
gone,
trust me, bro.
all those respondents still answered the call.
We're getting close to the end here.
For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Lisa Desjardins on the phones at Marist College in Poughkeepsie, New York.
Karen Pojar,
Before an
thank you for
election,
five.
it's
Media
important to
spent the previous
understand the
10 minutes
candidates'
saying how they
positions on key
massage
issues.
poll
If you
results.
need to
Also,
brush
media,
up
why
on
does no
where
one
Trump
trust
and Biden
polls?
stand on the economy, immigration, and reproductive rights, digital producer Casey Kuhn, with the help of some familiar faces here at PBS News, has you covered.
If Joe Biden or Donald Trump want to win the White House this year, there's one issue they'll have to overcome.
The
How
grocery
unhappy
store
Americans
self-checkout
are with
line?
the economy.
It's time for a president who will replace weakness with strength, turn poverty to prosperity.
Trump and his rich friends embrace the same failed trickle-down policies that have failed working-class families and union families for over 40 years.
PBS NewsHour correspondent Laura Brown Lopez covers the White House and Biden's campaign.
What do you mean Trump and his rich friends? Who are you, Mr. Biden?
He's delivered on jobs. He has avoided, so far, a recession coming out of the pandemic, and he wants voters to give him 4 more years.
How in the fuck has Biden avoided a recession? Have you seen housing prices? Have you seen APR on any kind of loan? Have you seen the price of average groceries? What is this woman talking
He's
about?
proposed a 25% billionaire tax, and that's on people whose assets have a total value of more than $100 million. His argument is that he's trying to bring manufacturing
Gas prices, yeah, too.
home. We're never going to allow China to unfairly control the market for these cars, period.
President Biden
Okay,
slapped
then
China with some new
why did we
tariffs on
continue the
electric
tariffs that
vehicles,
Trump put on China previously?
aluminum and medical equipment, on solar cells, on advanced batteries.
Yang Ming.
President Biden has committed to spending some $1.6 trillion to try to green the economy. He's also tried to make it easier for people to get jobs in the renewable energy space. That's a huge part of his first term, and it's something that he is warning could be undone by Donald Trump if Donald Trump were to win in November.
PBS NewsHour correspondent Lisa Desjardins has covered Trump since 2016.
He believes that if you cut taxes on everyone, but in particularly on the wealthy and
why
on
does she look
corporations,
like if
that
J.K.
flows
Rowling
down.
was one of the
other thing
goblins
to
in
know
her
about
Harry
Trump's
Potter
economic
universe?
policy is that he is protectionist. What's fascinating is that Trump, just on his own, has really changed the narrative on tariffs themselves.
If China or some other country is behaving badly, we have things called tariffs that are so severe.
He is considering a 10% tariff on
You know, I know
every
those
import
icons
that
weren't
would come
skulls,
into
but
the
as they
United
zoomed
States.
out, that's what they kind of looked like.
Former President Trump's 2017 tax bill, those tax cuts were tax cuts for most every American who paid taxes, all income levels, and for corporations. They were sweeping. He wants to extend all of them. Not
If
only
Trump didn't
is he
win the
in
nomination,
favor
who
of
would I have
more
preferred?
fossil
David
fuel
Lynch, the
drilling,
199.
Drill, baby, drill, right away.
I think I would have probably been
going a
fine
step
with
farther.
DeSantis.
He is
My
someone
biggest
who's
problem
trying
with
to
him was
block
that he tried putting
emerging
out
and
like
renewable fuels.
really scuffed, bad bait
For many
tier
voters,
AI
immigration
ads
is
to
the top
disparage
issue
his
in the
opponents, and I didn't
2024
really like
election.
that.
First thing we're going to do is we're going to close that border tight as a drum, and we're going to let people come in, but only legally.
While we fight for comprehensive immigration reform, he calls immigrants rapists and murderers.
Biden and
I mean,
Trump
he's not
have
wrong.
different ideas.
He's also not
for
calling
how the
immigrants
country
that.
should
He's calling
handle
illegal
issues like
aliens
border
that.
security,
You can't
deportations,
deny
and
that the
asylum seekers.
coyotes
President
exist,
Biden's
sir.
approach has been a bit of a balancing act on immigration. He actually kept in place a lot of the executive actions that
Trump
President
called
Trump
MS-13
had in
that?
place,
Yeah,
namely
the people
Title 42.
trafficking across the borders.
Title 42 was a
Coyotes, the fox's
deportation
natural enemy.
policy instituted during the pandemic by President Trump, and it essentially allowed Customs and Border Protection to immediately expel migrants encountered at the border.
Yeah, the whole
even if
like
they were
he
trying to
called
seek
them
asylum.
rapists,
President
and
Biden
some of
kept
them
it
I
in
assume
place
are
for a
good
long
people.
time,
That
essentially
original
until
quote was when he was
courts
talking
so that
about the
it could
human traffickers that bring people across the border
President Biden
and
has
end up
instituted
separating
an
the
executive
adults from
action
their
that cracks
children
down on
and
asylum
raping the
seekers
women that
between
they are
ports of
promising to
entry,
traffic
but he
across the
also
desert.
sped up the deportation process for migrants that are considered a national security threat. If there are more than 2,500 migrants encountered
And people
between
taking these
ports
out of context
entry
perish the
at the
thought.
southern border, then the border shuts down. And
This may sound stupid, but these are
migrants can
stupid
no
times. Can
longer
illegals
declare
vote?
asylum
At this
between ports of
current
entry.
time, I don't think they can, but I
On
know
one
that
hand,
there
President
were
Biden has tried
some
to
states
appear
trying
really
to push
tough on the
laws
border,
to make it
and
so
on
that
the
they
other
can
hand,
have voting
he
rights.
has tried to say that he still wants
Yeah,
to make
they're
the
working
process
on it.
more humane.
Can't they in
must face the
California? I
simple
don't
truth.
remember if California
To
passed it.
protect
I know we
America as
talked
a
about it
land that
recently
welcomes
on stream,
immigrants.
though.
We must first secure the border and secure it now.
President Biden has been essentially arguing he's willing to negotiate with Republicans, but if they don't want to
Clip of
negotiate
Biden saying
with
that
him,
aged
then
very
he's going
poorly.
to take
True,
some
it
executive
really
action,
did.
and
Bahama,
we've
thank you for the
seen that
toe.
he's been doing
And,
that. President Trump attempted to
Can I just
use
call
this
you
exact
Black
same
Christmas?
authority.
Thank you for the
He
mad
began
love.
his first run for president
Thank you.
with vitriol about migrants, but now he's saying things like he doesn't believe migrants are civilians and that he believes that perhaps the U.S. military should be used against migrants entering this country between border points. That is something
Oh no,
unprecedented.
Kirsche without the swing state hat.
Former President Trump is again doubling down on this idea that he would want mass sweeping deportations in this country.
I
day
feel like
one,
if anyone
we will
actually
begin
cared,
the largest deportation effort in the history of our country.
And he
that's what
wants
I was
local
about
law
to say.
enforcement
If
to do
anybody
it, and
actually
he has
cared
also
about
said
border
he wants the
security, we
National
wouldn't
Guard to
be
help.
spending tons of money on like
Former
walls
President
and
Trump,
shit.
a big piece
We
of
would
his
just be
immigration
deporting
agenda
all of
is
the
the
illegals
so-called
as soon as they
Remain in
get here,
Mexico
instead of letting
policy.
them
He
go
would
quietly off
reinstate
into the
that.
night, never to
He
be
would
found
say,
again until they
if you
commit a
have
crime.
come from a country other than Mexico to the U.S. border, you will have to wait in Mexico to be processed before you can enter. Trump 3.0 is a lot like Trump 2016 when it comes to the border wall. He is insisting he will still put a border wall in place along the southwestern border, and that he believes that perhaps the U.S. military should be used against migrants entering this country between border points.
2608, they can decide. Illegals can't vote, but in states like Arizona, they don't need proof of citizenship
Access
to
to
vote in federal
abortion
elections.
and
so they
reproductive
quote unquote
health care
can't.
are
Yeah, just
concerns
because
for
like
many voters in
legally
2024.
illegal immigrants
We've
cannot
gotten
vote doesn't mean that there are
abortion
ways
out
to
of
get
the
around
federal
it, or not
government
ways
and
to get
back
around
to
it,
the
rather.
states.
Like a
The
lot
Supreme
of illegal immigrants
made
that
an
have
extreme
worked at
decision
places
overturning
with people
Roe
that I know
with
who
their
are
Dobbs
citizens.
decision.
Following
they
the Dobbs
just get
decision,
social
states
security
and
numbers
voters
of
have
people who
taken
have died
steps
and use
to
that
either
social
enshrine the
security
right
numbers,
to
they
an
can use that to
abortion
vote as
or
well.
ban the procedure.
For some people, It is a must-agree issue.
You can barely hear
and
me.
that's why it
I'll turn this
remains
down a little
so
bit.
incredibly important this year. He is the president who overturned Roe v. Wade. This is a very tricky political issue for him, and the truth is,
hopefully
we
turning it
do
down to
not
this point
know
made it better. Yeah,
what
yeah, yeah.
a President Trump in a second term would really do on abortion. He is not clear, and he has had several conflicting statements about it. At times, former president has said he supports a national ban of 20 weeks. He has said he is open to a 15-week national ban, but now his most recent statements have backed off of that and said that it's up to the states.
And I believe in exceptions for the life of the mother, rape, and incest.
He also said
I think 15 weeks is like more than enough, right?
Follow their heart, follow their religion
there's 4
and faith
weeks
on
in a
this
month.
issue.
Hold on, my brain can't do math. There's 4 weeks in a month.
Former President Trump is
And if you have
navigating a very
15
difficult
weeks,
area for
you can't really divide
Republicans here
15
when
by
it comes to
4
reproductive rights.
correctly. It's almost
Their
4
positions
months.
are
That's
very
like just out
strongly
of the
held by
first
conservatives,
trimester.
especially
I think that is
evangelical
more
conservatives,
than enough
but
time.
they're
Like
out
I
of
would be
line
100%
in
okay with
large
that.
part with the majority of the country. Former
Europe is
President
12 and
Trump
no one thinks Europe
has
is
said
too harsh
that
on abortion.
He
Yeah.
supports access to IVF. He has tried to make that even part of a Republican philosophy of life and allowing for what he calls the miracle of life.
Biden's campaign really wants to drive as much voter turnout around abortion as possible.
Well, you gotta get those single
President
issue
Biden
voters.
and Vice President Kamala Harris have been hammering not just in official White House events, but also on the campaign trail, this concern and the point that some Republican lawmakers in states across the country are trying to push beyond just restricting abortion access.
This is a fight for freedom.
What is beyond abortion
Fundamental
access?
freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not having her government tell her what to do.
He is able to use Vice President Kamala Harris and
Colby
other
Octo,
Democratic
thank you for the $9.99.
surrogates
I'm the
to
only
talk about
channel you can
abortion
listen to
in a
during the
way
debate.
that he may
You forgot
personally
about it
not
until you
feel
saw
as
I was
comfortable
covering it.
talking
Paste
about given
Kirsche.
his
Well,
Catholic
thank you.
faith.
I can't fact check in
The
real
Biden
time like someone like
administration
Tim or
has
Crowder
taken
can, because my
steps to
brain cells
expand
don't have a good
access to
memory.
abortion,
But we can at least have a fun time.
specifically medication abortion, making it more widely available at retail pharmacies, through mail. He has been opposed or not personally supportive of the constitutional right to abortion for a long period of time. But he changed as the Democratic Party changed. And
Why would
now
abortion be
President
a
Joe Biden very much supports the
constitutional right?
constitutional
That's
right
a little
to abortion.
weird.
I believe Roe v. Wade was the correct decision.
If President Biden wins re-election, he is telling the public that he would try to codify Roe v. Wade. So essentially codifying a constitutional right to an abortion prior to fetal viability. And that is something that would be incredibly difficult for him to actually
I was going to say, can he
see
just
passed
not
into law
do that? Because the
of
Supreme
fact
Court said that
it
Roe
would
v. Wade was
require
unconstitutional.
Strong Democratic majorities
Or not
in
like
both the House and the
unconstitutional, but it was
Senate.
like unable to be
abortion
ruled on a
access
federal
and
level and it was a
reproductive
states'
healthcare
rights
affect
issue.
the political landscape may be one deciding factor on who is elected America's next president come November. For PBS News, I'm Casey Kuhn.
Finally, ahead of the first presidential debate, Jeff Bennett spoke to Amy Walter of the Cook Political Report and Francesca Chambers of USA Today
You would need to
about
make it
the
a law.
strategies
Oh, man,
and
good luck.
expectations for the two candidates.
President Biden, former President Trump are set to face off in Thursday's presidential debate
That's
hosted by
today.
CNN. This is a real opportunity for both men to highlight their competing visions for the country. Amy, the campaign tells me that President Biden intends to focus on a couple of things, 3 things in fact. Roe versus Wade, the overturning of that. Attacks on democracy.
Porch, thank you for the 2.
and
Enough
both
filler,
candidates'
CNN. Bring
economic
forth
plans.
the
What does that
mummies.
tell us big picture about his
Tell me about it. What is this?
These
An
are the
episode
issues
of
that he's been
Naruto
wanting
with
to
all
talk
this
about
filler?
for a while
Please
now
give
because they
me
are,
the
some
crypt
of the places
keepers
where
arguing.
He actually is the strongest, especially when it comes to the debate over abortion. It's one of the few places where he
Fondue,
has
they
an
give the
advantage
2.
in terms of trust
He's blatantly
of voters
lying. Talk about
over Donald Trump.
over-promising.
The other thing,
I mean, that's what they got to do, right? They got to over-promise in order to convince people to vote for them.
Who
Both
are
sides
checked out
tend
of
to
the
do it.
election right now are not going to necessarily check in June. They may do so as we get closer to the election. I
gotta get my big brush ready for my motherfucking bingo
are those
board.
voters who voted for Biden in 2020 but are now sitting on the fence or saying maybe they're voting for third party. We did some polling in battleground states. About 18% of Biden voters in those battleground states are not supporting Biden this time around. Those are people that theoretically should be the easiest for him to get back into his camp. So I think talking about the issues that would appeal to those voters, many of them are younger,
Hello,
voters
Cookie.
of color, who will agree with his positions on issues like democracy and on
Is this Rachel
abortion rights,
Maddow?
and even
No,
on the
it's not.
economy,
She just got a
talking
very
to them
similar haircut.
Not so much about what
it's like the progressive lady news haircut.
What it will look like in 4 years from now, and who's fighting for those voters.
And Francesca, meantime, the Trump campaign is trying to recalibrate and raise expectations
Hair's
for
too
Joe
long
Biden,
for Maddow.
On this debate.
Brian, thank you too. Lex Luthor asks Lozer and Rachel Madcow lookalike.
Saying that Joe Biden is cognitively impaired and not up to the job.
Right. Now they're trying to raise expectations and say he's going to show up and be very highly alert, that what you should expect is more like his State of the Union performance or his 2012 debate performance against Paul Ryan.
I don't think you're going to get 2012 Biden back anytime soon. Holy
also,
shit.
In a way, lowered expectations for Trump by suggesting that he would come out there and perhaps had the debate performance that he had in 2020 in the first debate performance, rather than maybe the one that he had in the second debate. So a tall order for both candidates to clear the expectations
I can,
their own
feel my
campaigns
muscles
have set for the other
spasming sometimes. And it
Thanks
feels
for joining
weird.
our preview of tonight's CNN presidential debate. Up next, PBS News' special simulcast coverage of the big event.
Go, give me the big event. Viewers like me. Thank me. America noises. It's on. Oh.
Hi, everyone, and welcome
Oh,
to
the
this
audio
PBS
is giga
News special, the
desynced.
CNN presidential debate simulcast. I'm Amna Nawaz.
And I'm Jeff Bennett. This is the first of two scheduled debates, and it comes before Joe Biden and Donald Trump are officially named their party's nominees.
Why are they like this?
The first chance for voters to see them side by side on
Professional
the same stage
quality.
in this election cycle.
The
And during
desync isn't
debate,
even on
you can
my
check
end, it's
out the
theirs, so it's like I
fact-checking
can't do
blog
anything
by
about it.
PolitiFact on our website.
We'll be back after the debate with our reporters and analysts, but for the moment, we
Oh,
join
it caught
Jake
up, it
Tapper
caught up.
and Dana Bash at CNN, who are moderating tonight's
They
debate in
fixed
Atlanta.
it.
The American people with just over 4 months until Election Day. Good evening, I'm Dana Bash, anchor of CNN's Inside Politics and co-anchor of State of the Union.
I'm Jake Tapper, anchor of CNN's The Lead and co-anchor of State of the Union. Dana and I will co-moderate this evening. Our job is to facilitate a debate between the two candidates tonight. Before we introduce them, we want to share the
Don't be mean, they've only been doing live shows for the past 50 years.
Former President Trump will be on the left side of the screen. President Biden will be appearing on the right. A coin toss determined.
Isn't that, you see what they did there? They put the right guy on the left and the left guy on the right. Aren't they clever?
And 1 minute each for responses and rebuttals. An additional minute for follow-up, clarification, or response is at the moderator's discretion.
When it's time for a candidate to speak, his microphone will be turned on and his opponent's microphone will be turned off. Should a candidate interrupt when his microphone is muted, he will be difficult to understand for viewers at home. At the end of the debate, each candidate will get 2 minutes for closing statements. There is no studio audience.
Literally no time.
Pre-written notes, props, or contact with campaign staff are not permitted during the debate. By accepting our invitation to debate, both candidates and their campaigns agreed to accept these rules.
Now, please welcome the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Joe Biden.
How are you? And please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
They didn't even have his mic on for the thank you. Are you kidding me? Why did both of them walk onto the stage so, like, sleepily?
Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern, the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
He looks so lost.
You got to take a look at what I was left when I became president. what Mr. Trump left, an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do was try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out a position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. But there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come from a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. The price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination of what's left within corporate greed is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos, literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for an insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year. And the situation is and we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you. President Trump?
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID, and when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars, and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates that was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce-back jobs, the bounce-back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
It is. We are dying.
President Biden?
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world. He's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, the fact of the matter is that we found ourselves in a situation where his economy rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And the military,
didn't he bring manufacturing jobs back stateside?
He didn't do anything about that.
Wasn't that something that he did?
When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have this decade, that doesn't have any troops.
I was going to say century, you high?
Like he did.
President Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Am I allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you.
I
want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cost countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down, and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce-back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. Now, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing, and they don't know what they were doing. It was the worst, probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts
I brought a gun to the debate. It's my goddamn right.
We've ever seen just prior to COVID, and even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job.
The vaccine absolutely should have been
non-mandatory. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent, all of the things he's done. We've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country. And I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system.
I don't think he had the highest debt, though.
We have 1,000 trillionaires in America. I mean, billionaires in America.
1,000 trillionaires.
They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 million, billion dollars, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
What was that?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people, they cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected.
It's so
They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people.
Yeah,
what
obviously.
we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives. Everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of
he
killing
flattened
Roe
that
v.
woman's
Wade
penis
and
with that
moving
bait
it
question.
back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same
I will
thing.
lose my mind.
Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But you have to get elected also. And because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia,
were happening
he was willing to do this. He said,
not
"We'll put
happening,
the baby
but they wanted
aside,
them to happen
and
in
we'll
Virginia.
determine what we
It
do
was
with
something
the
that they
baby,"
had been
meaning we'll
discussing
kill
and
the
wanting to
baby.
write into law, and thankfully it did
What
not
happened
pass.
is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided. Supported Roe. And that's this idea that they're all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the states should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor, and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states, that each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in.
What does this have to do with abortion?
But here's the deal: there's a lot of young women who are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses.
And you are more likely to be raped by someone you know than by a stranger. That is statistically true.
And they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which, frankly, they didn't. But they would have. Everybody wanted it brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Just because statistically it's true that you're more likely to get raped by someone you know than a stranger, why would you want to increase the statistic for the latter? It'll make no goddamn sense.
7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I support Roe v. Wade. It's had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making that decision.
So you don't want to reinstitute Roe v. Wade into a law? Politicians shouldn't decide
if
that?
I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
I'm gonna count this as gibberish is spoken.
Take the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month.
I'm glad Trump brought up Virginia after I did.
Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
That is simply not true. That Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period. Period, period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy...
How long was segregation a law? Was that also about 51 years? Can we get a fact check on how long segregation was a law?
He gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress.
About 100 years?
A universal ban on abortion, period, across the board. At 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks.
I know slavery lasted longer than 51 years. I was specifically talking about segregation.
I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security.
Speaking into a muted mic.
A record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where, when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done.
Is he going to bring up the Obama cages? Is he going to bring up those ones?
I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. It's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. All he had to do is leave it. All he had to do is leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere. All over the world they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation.
Well, you have people coming from China across our southern border now.
Close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months
of my presidency. Does it look like Biden has a bruise on the right side of his head? Am I crazy?
Who is great. And by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history.
I think it's the lighting. It could be the lighting.
Like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in caravans.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed three, under his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person come in his administration, killed 3 American soldiers. killed 3 American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There is no data to support what he said.
I have zero idea what he's talking about.
He's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world. And it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's
those
the
were
one
people
that
who
killed
like
people with a
infiltrated
bad
our
one,
country. Did we
including
drone strike those people?
Hundreds of thousands of people dying, and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in
We're
California,
in the rat utopia.
every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these 3 incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast, because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places.
When
Our
Americans can't
veterans
even
are
afford
on the street.
homes.
They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all, and he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved, choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half, because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in. And it's a very sad day.
Oh, he ran out the clock.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma.
Oh, I don't think this one counts for Hunter Biden. That's a different son that was in Iraq.
For D-Day. And I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers.
Oh, no, I know what Agent Orange is. I was just wondering why the fuck he was talking about it.
You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump?
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
4-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. and they now are in their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now.
This is gay gossip.
Ever before.
Excuse me, this is gay geriatric gossip.
The topic of foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its third year. Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him.
I was going to say, he's talking about Putin,
that we've ever
Biden,
had. They
the
can't
Ukraine
stand
guy?
him.
I forgot the name
Let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, the president that knew, that was respected by Putin.
What is Biden's face right now?
He would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned, and so he's got no love lost. But he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind, too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine. Never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas.
I don't know if you can promise that one.
You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything. No money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration.
That's true.
This
Terror
place,
did
the
shut
whole
down,
world is blowing up under him.
President Biden?
I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look,
malarkey!
We're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president. They attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want, and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did.
What?
To Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish.
What the fuck is he talking about?
And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I never said that.
For 1 minute, I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the territory in Ukraine?
No, they're not acceptable. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion.
I know it's not a winning position to take, but it's also a war we should not be a part of.
He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying the money that we're spending on this war, and we shouldn't be spending, it should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
You know,
I'd be very impressed if true.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then you think he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's going to do, because if in fact he does what he says and walks away, by the way, all that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have.
Yeah, I just don't believe you, actually.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages.
Yeah, got a little bit of a red
Among those
square.
held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve
a little bit of buffer.
this
I'm
conflict,
sorry. It looks like it's better now.
But so far, Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward. Which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas, number one. They're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime,
Tamari, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We're watching geriatrics fighting in the ring today.
2,000-pound
I hope you had a good stream,
they
lady.
They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer.
So it's fine to prevent a missile attack, but when you drone strike a terrorist leader, that's bad.
Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons among population centers.
Just going back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent $100 billion, or maybe more than that, less than us. Mm-hmm. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any. They were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's getting all. You got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them.
I'm tired of us footing the bill for
Israel
everyone.
And Hamas. Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one that wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
President Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. Are you going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO. The idea that we have, our strength lies in our alliances as well. It may be a big ocean, but we're ever able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe?
His replies are tough.
What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO?
He responds like AI bite. He does, dude.
Attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. See what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand
his voice is very hoarse. Get this man some water.
Dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States.
Dude.
And they were no cars, no. They don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this, I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question, would you guard us against Russia at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time? And I said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump.
I wish they had more than 2 minutes because it feels like Trump doesn't have enough time to answer all of the questions and rebuttal Biden.
Some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let
He
me tell you
better
about
bring up
January 6th.
the fucking
On
leftist
January
storming the
6th,
government building recently.
we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this. Because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor in writing, by the way, the mayor, in writing, turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see, I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it, too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her. And she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
President Biden?
Look,
if he offered them security and they turned it down, that kind of proves intent to turn it into some sort of
I sat in a dining
crazy
room
fucking shenanigan.
He sat there for 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues and Republicans
being bagged? What did he just
to do
say?
something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. He went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court.
Why is he arguing for Trump here?
No. This guy is responsible for doing what was done. He did do a damn thing, and these people should be in jail, and they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
What?
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that, they saw them coming, and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing. The Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now, out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now.
Oh, bingo! Where's the bingo button?
What he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody,
that made the
just went in and
movies
broke
real.
down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned them over statues. The idea that those people are patriots? Come on. When I asked them the first two debates
Yeah, how
we
could
had,
you think
the
you're a
debates we had
patriot for a
first time
country
around,
that you love and
I
you're
said,
taking
"Will
your
you
grievances
denounce
directly to the
Proud Boys?"
politicians that are fucking
He
you
said, "No,
over"?
I'll tell them to stand
That's
by.
not patriotic.
The idea he's refusing, will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking about now? Will you denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. Should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor, having to do with the son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir. You want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
What? The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong.
You guys opened the field for seeking that kind of retribution, going after your political opponents. You started it.
Number three,
you created that scenario.
Crimes that you are still charged with. And think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
Give you a minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star, number one. Number
what
two,
a crazy thing to hear on a presidential debate.
They moved a high-ranking official at DOJ into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're
And it's
reporting
crazy
it.
that the
And we took
Democrats
in
do
more
this
money in
because
the
they don't
last
think
2
far
weeks
enough ahead
than
that
we've
people
ever
against them
taken
will be able
in
to
the
use
history
these
of
policies.
any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you
Does this
believe
count?
that
He
the
didn't say
tens of millions of
extreme MAGA
Americans who are
Republicans, but he
likely
did
to
say
vote
MAGA
for President
Republicans.
Trump
I kind of want to
will
count
be
it.
voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done.
Close enough.
yes.
Let's fucking go. Let's check it
The more
off.
they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you hear any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Do you ever hear any president say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again. Until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same
I'm pretty sure there weren't swastikas on the torches. Hold on, wait a minute.
And the young woman got killed. I spoke to the mother, and they asked him. They said, "What do you think of those people? The ones who got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones," he said, "I think they're fine people on both sides." What American president would ever say? Nazis coming out of fields carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bar.
How do you repeat this lie for so long, dude? This is like if he got up here and started talking about hands up, don't shoot, man.
The good things Hitler's done, that's what he said. This guy has no sense of American democracy.
I don't think Trump ever said good
Jake,
things
both
Hitler's
of you know that
done.
sir has been totally wiped out because when you see the sentence, it said 100% exoneration on this. So he just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency, he's without question the worst.
He did say that about Charlottesville? Yeah, what did he say after? There's fine people on both sides. He condemned white supremacy entirely, but they leave that part out so they can paint him as some sort of fucking crazy man.
Every reasonable actor has debunked it. And just the other day it came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that, and he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
President Biden?
And debunked. It happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time.
Yeah, don't believe your lying eyes. Don't listen to what he said afterwards.
I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated, we saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him?
Thank you, President Biden. We're going to be right back with more from the CNN presidential
Holy
debate.
shit, we get a commercial break. Because they're all swamp rats. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty fucking much. This isn't January 6th. Oh my god. Coming in 2025. Oh, I thought that was a cow. From the director of Baseball, the Vietnam War, and country music? Comes a story? 250 years in the making? What am I reading? The American Revolution? That already happened.
It's our only home.
This was a totally unexpected discovery.
Just growing anticipation and excitement.
It's gonna be the slaves that actually built America.
It's not just about coral reefs. It's about life on this planet.
It's amazing what these divers are doing so that humans can be a part of the solution.
Let me turn the volume down for a second here. I genuinely can't believe in the year of our Lord 2024, I am still having to sit here and take an old man who is currently the president of our nation seriously as he repeats the lie about fucking Charlottesville. This is why we have such uninformed voters, is because they don't care to actually go out and read and listen to this stuff themselves. They're just going to eat up the, like, cut up clips that people put out as propaganda. They're going to continue saying, oh yeah, Trump did say that. Trump has an eagle. That means he's a Nazi. Nazis had eagles. Charlottesville is the Gamergate of presidential politics. True.
Covering events as they unfold.
Hideki, thank you for the 5. Funny if you see Obama come out at the end and walk Biden off stage. It'd be funny if Obama made an appearance, period, regardless of what he does. You can thank the mainstream media for that BS being spread. It's just like, I'm so tired of it, man. It's like the same kind of people that repeat, Kyle Rittenhouse crossed state lines, his mom drove into the riot and he had trafficked the guy across the state lines, his mom was okay with it. You can't argue with these people. They live in like a different fucking reality. It's like the completely propagandized, demoralized people that Bezmenov talked about. You cannot show them facts. They will not believe it. All they can do is repeat the propaganda that's been pumped into their soft skulls. State lines is a dumb fucking law idea anyways. I like how our borders are free game because, you know, people should be allowed to go anywhere, but when it comes to suddenly Kyle Rittenhouse, oh no, the state lines matter now. Have a Kyle Rittenhouse meme you want to share in the Discord? Should it go in not safe for work? Normally not safe for work, but we have a fucking channel specifically for today during the debates. Trying to show them facts would flip their world upside down. It's really hard to accept that. Yeah, that's why Bezmenov said the only way you're going to convince these people is when they realize what their beliefs lead to. When they have won and the culmination of their beliefs and their beautiful utopia is being implemented and the boot comes down on their neck. Because the ideologues and the beautiful thinkers, those who have ideals and those who want to see a quote-unquote utopia, are going to be taken out first because they're going to be the most dangerous when they realize what they were fighting for is not what they thought.
Welcome back to the CNN presidential debate live from Georgia. Let's talk about
Georgia. I'm a Mormon gifter. Thank you for the 5 gift subs, my dude. Thank you.
In a second term.
Stevie Las Vegas, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Big gift energy in the chat, dude.
Black families still earn far less than
oh
white
boy.
families. Black mothers are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes, and Black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans. What do you say to Black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
They acknowledge they made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there's more small Black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number 2, the wages of Black unemployment.
The small Black businesses that got destroyed during the Floyd riots,
3,
or the ones that were able to take advantage of PPP loans?
For Black Americans, and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporations that collude to keep people out of their houses. In addition to that, we find that the impact on the choice that Black families have to make relative to child care is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation that passed,
it's just me, or is he quieter than before?
Black child care costs.
I'm gonna whispering into the microphone. Black child care costs.
For child care costs, we got to make sure, because when you provide those child care protections,
my volume is already maxed out, you guys.
Economic growth, because more people can be in the job market. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not ready.
Turn the sound down? No, I turned it back up. See?
You have 49
I guess you can't see it, but I turned it back up. Oh, now I muted it.
Disappointed with the progress so far.
I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. For example, I provided for the idea that any Black family, first-time home buyer, should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home.
I'm a first-time home buyer. You know what I qualify for? Fucking jack shit!
All those Black families and those Black individuals who provide it.
So excuse me if I don't feel bad for these people who also can't afford homes but are getting free government money.
Nursing, and anything having to do with volunteerism. If they paid their bills for 10 years on their student debt, all the rest is forgiven after 10 years. Millions have benefited from that. And we're going to do a whole lot more for black families.
Thank you, President Trump.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation, and he's right, it's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled and tripled and quadrupled. They can't live. They're not living anymore. He caused this inflation. I gave him a country with
I really hope
no,
they bring up like
essentially
DEI
no
shit
inflation.
during the
It was
debate,
perfect.
since they're
It was
going in
so
this
good. All
direction.
he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New Scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you. President Biden?
There was no inflation when I became president. You know why? The economy was flat on its back.
What?
50% unemployment. He decimated the economy. Absolutely decimated the economy. That's
What
why there was no
fucking
inflation.
reality was he living
There
in?
were no jobs. We provided thousands of millions of jobs for individuals.
You can't
who are
just straight up
involved
lie when there's
communities, including
proof of the
minority communities.
opposite.
We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered, if the ACA has increased, I made sure that they're $8,000 per person in a family to get written off for health care. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again. And they're going to try again if they win. You find ourselves
I
in a
hope they
position
get rid of
where
the ACA.
The idea that we're not doing any...
When I was
put more-
actually
we put
poor
more
as
police
fuck
on
and
the
couldn't
street
afford
than
health care,
any
I still can barely
administration
afford it.
has.
I don't have
He
it.
wants to cut the costs.
I didn't
We
qualify
provided
for anything. It would have been more
equity-
expensive, so I had to pay the
equity
fucking
and making sure people
Biden,
have
or not
a
Biden, the
shot
Obama tax.
To make it. There's a lot going on, but in inflation, he
F.
caused it.
Yeah, I got a
and
red
his
square. I'm getting some dips. I'm getting some buffering.
Feasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank you. Another persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was the hottest year in recorded history, and communities across the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President
CNN's
Trump
trying to
used vowed
silence
to
us,
end
chat.
your opponents' climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Let me just go back to what he said about the police, how close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting Donald J. Trump. Almost every police group. And what he's done to the black population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. We can't, in the 1990s, we can't forget that. Super predators was his name. And he called it to them for 10, and they've taken great offense at it.
I was
And
not
now
old
they
enough
see it
to know
happening.
that was a thing.
But when they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the historically black colleges and universities, where I funded them and got them all funded, and the opportunity zones with Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job, great senator from South Carolina. He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country.
They
Opportunity
cut the
zones.
cam as just as he was
And
going to
the
pick his
biggest
nose.
beneficiary are blacks, and that's why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where ever, the best numbers. He's lost much of the black population because he's done a horrible job
Don,
for
you can't-
black people.
you can't just
He's
call
also
them
done
the
a horrible
blacks
job for
anymore, sir. What are you
Hispanics.
doing?
But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs, and it's already started, and you haven't seen anything yet. It's a disaster.
You've 38 seconds left. President Trump, will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we had it. We had H2O. We had the best numbers ever, and we were using all forms of energy, all forms, everything.
I feel like
And yet,
anything to do with climate
during my
in a
4
debate is just like a
years, I had
loaded
the
question.
best
There's literally no
environmental
fucking
numbers
winning answer
ever.
here.
And my top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage, actually.
I don't know where the hell he's been. The idea
We had
Today, he said
immaculate
it's true.
H2O,
I've
beautiful
passed the
water.
most extensive climate change legislation in history. In history, we find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges. I came up with $15 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have
racist policies,
they don't have the
then.
kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and the like. Any black student is capable in college of doing any white student can do. They just don't have the money, but now they'll be able to get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation where the idea that he is claiming to have done something that had the cleanest water, he hadn't done a damn thing with the environment. He pulled out of the Paris Peace Accord, Climate Accord. I immediately joined it because if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius at any one point, there's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is climate change, and he didn't do a damn thing about it. He wants to undo all that I've done.
The Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion.
Yeah, the
and
Paris
China
Accord was kind of
nothing,
fucked,
and Russia
wasn't it?
nothing, and India nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States. And I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money because they treat us horribly. We were the only ones. It was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it. And it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs because the migrants coming in, they want everybody. And look, I have the biggest heart on the stage. I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people, but we're destroying our country.
Biggest heart
They're
on the
taking over our
stage.
schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
I hate this. My left calf keeps spasming, and it feels like there's a bunch of little spiders crawling on me.
We were the only ones of consequence who were not members of the Paris Accord. How can we do anything if we're not able to? The United States can't get its under control. One of the largest polluters in the world, number one. We're making significant progress. By 2035, we will have cut pollution in half. We have made significant progress, and we're continuing to make progress. We set up a climate corps for thousands of young people to learn how to.
You know what? I think I'll care about having more green policies in the United States once you guys do something about China and India, the Southeast Asian countries, and places like that.
He claims that he has the biggest heart up here, and he's really concerned about pollution and about climate. I've not seen any indication of that. And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one, voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company, cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
And by the way,
so every day, millions of Americans
And by the
struggle just
way,
to make
okay.
ends meet. For many older Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Right now,
That's the only thing he has?
Everybody making under $170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck from the time the first one they get when they're 18 years old.
$170,000 isn't a lot of money anymore, dude. That's like unironically middle class in current year, unfortunately.
Millionaires pay 1%. So no one I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program.
It just keeps getting quiet.
So you still have 82 seconds left. Are there any other measures that you think that would be able to help keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough?
Well, no, that one enough will keep it solvent. But the biggest thing I'll do if we defeat this man, because he wants to get rid of Social Security. He thinks there's plenty to cut in Social Security. He's wanting to cut Social Security and Medicare, both times. And and if you look at the program put forward by the House Republican caucus that I believe supports, is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way, the American public has
Top 1% pay 45.8 of the federal income tax. Doesn't surprise me.
As I said, you're in a circumstance where 400,000 people 40 million people would not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. Only thing that allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they, in fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is, we're in a situation where we talk about education for black communities. I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants by another $8,000. So anybody making under $70,000 a year is going to be able to get $15,000 toward their tuition.
So again, racist. Why is it only for black people?
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody lie like this guy. He lies. I've never seen it. He could look you in the face about so many other things, too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and suckers story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country, and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid.
No, drain
they're putting
on
them
the
in our
system.
hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street.
Yeah, he's
and
really
these
living
people
up to
are
that
living in
vote for me,
luxury
you ain't
hotels.
black sentence,
He doesn't
dude.
know what he's doing, and it's really coming back. I've never seen such anger in our country before.
President Biden?
The idea that veterans are not being
Biden on tape
taken care of,
decades
I
ago
told you
talking about his
before.
plan to end
By the way,
Social
when I
Security, and he
said
passed a
suffering
law.
losers, he
Oh my
said-
God.
He acknowledged
Why?
after that he fired that general. That general got fired.
We already had
because
this conversation.
He's the one who acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it. Number one. Number
We're
two,
looping!
the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions, the way he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world, the reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureats he talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureats, economists, they
I
all
thought you said
said
15
that if
bonobos,
Trump
and I was
were
like,
elected,
what
we're
the
likely to have a
fuck?
recession, and inflation is going to increasingly go up. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
Who the fuck cares
Biden,
what
thank you so much.
presidential
Let's turn to the
scholars
cost of
think, dude?
childcare, which
That's
many
like
American
that's like the
families struggle
scientists
to
who were just like,
afford.
you know what,
President Trump,
COVID's
both you
important,
and
but what's
President
more
Biden
important
have tried
are the
to
Black
address
Lives
this
Matter
issue.
riots.
But the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families, the cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make child care more affordable?
Just to go back, the general
No.
got fired because he was no good.
Stop
and if he said that, that's
looping!
why he made it up. But we have 19 people that
Says
said
he-
I
says
didn't
he's
say
looping.
it, and
I
they're
just
very
wanna
highly
say,
respected, much more so
there should
than
be
him.
some sort of like
The other thing is
marriage with children
he doesn't
incentives.
fire people.
Right,
never fired
bring
people.
mothers back
I've never
into the
seen him
home
fire
instead of
anybody. I
having
did fire a
everybody
lot. I fired
forced to
Comey
work.
'cause he
You
was no
need
good.
like
I
2
fired a lot of
incomes
the
to
top
support a
people
household
at the
nowadays.
FBI during
That
the
is
storm.
crazy. You
They were
shouldn't
no
need
good.
that.
Not easy to fire people. You'd pay a price for it, but they were no good. I inherited these people. I didn't put them there. I didn't put Comey there. He was no good.
Marriage with the
I
baby
fired
bonus.
him.
Cut
This guy hasn't fired
government
anybody.
funding
He
for
never
single
fires-
mothers.
He should have fired.
Convince
every
people to
military
stay
man that was
together
involved
again.
with that
Nuclear
Afghan-
family. We need it
the
back, man.
Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world? Did anybody get fired for allowing?
Oh, God,
18
Trump, stop
million
looping.
people,
Answer the
many
fucking
from
question.
prisons, many from mental institutions? Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because
It's the
I
most
said it.
truthful thing said
but
tonight.
Look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just can't let it happen. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance, of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He is the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
We are the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We have the finest
Didn't he say that we weren't the most powerful in the world at the beginning of the debate? Didn't he literally like denigrate our country? Like what?
Nobody. Number one. Number two, the idea that
Also-
we're talking about worst presidents.
Also,
I
what
was
does
in
this have to
Turkey.
do with the question
Look
that
it
was
up.
asked?
Go
What is
online.
happening?
159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians, they've had meetings and they voted who's the worst president in American history. One through best to worst. They said
Oh
he
my
was
God.
the worst in all of
Oh my
American
God.
history. That's a fact. That's not conjecture. He can argue they're wrong, but that's what they voted. The idea that he
Oh
is
my God.
doing anything to deal with child care.
I don't
He did
care
very
what the
virtually
fucking call me
nothing with
historians say who the
We should
best and the worst
significantly
is, man.
increase
Like,
the child
fuck,
care tax
please.
credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men or single parents to be able to go back to work. And we should encourage businesses to have
Thank you, President
child care
Biden.
facilities.
President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make child care more affordable if you want to take
Thank
a minute.
you.
Just so you understand.
No!
We have polling. We have other things.
Stop it!
They rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad.
I don't
And they
care.
rate
Stop
me-
dick
I'll show you.
swinging
I will
over
show
the
you.
stupid
And they rate me
fucking
one of the
fake
best,
polls.
Okay? And if I'm given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be the best.
Oh my
Nobody's
God.
ever created an economy
Oh
like
my God,
us.
this is like
Nobody
watching
ever
two
cut
male
taxes
Twitch
like us.
streamers
He's the only
debate
one I
each
know who
other.
wants to raise your
I'm the
taxes
best.
by
No,
4
I'm the
times.
best.
He
No,
wants to raise
you
everybody's
suck.
taxes by 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire, so everybody, including the two of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I'd grow up and I'd see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst
what does this
president
have to
in
do with
history by far, and
childcare?
everybody knows it.
President Biden?
Look, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about. He's increased the tariff. He will increase the taxes on middle class people. I said I'd never
Okay.
raise the tax on anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming into the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to
Fucking
cost the
kids,
average American
apparently.
$2,500 a year more.
What was the question
because
again?
they're gonna
How
have to
they
pay the
plan on
difference
making
in
childcare
food
more affordable?
and all the things that were important. Number two, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised. He's somehow helped the middle class. The middle class have been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10
Actually,
years,
I'd be so much
which is
better
gonna
off if I was making the money I am
fundamentally
right
bankrupt the
now
country.
if
We
Trump
have the
was
largest
president.
deficit of any president in
Unfortunately, I
American
was
history.
destitute when
Number
Trump
one.
was president.
Number two,
So
we
the
have
most
not,
help
in
I got
fact,
was getting rid of the
made
Obama
any
tax.
contact, any progress with China. We are the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you,
We were
President
the
Biden.
lowest
Thank you,
deficit.
President Biden. Let's discuss an epidemic impacting
How about you
millions
actually
of
answer the
Americans
fucking
that both of you
question?
have made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis. And for both of you, the number of
Is the
overdose
opioid
deaths in
crisis
this
still
country
something we're
has gone
talking
up.
about? Have I
Under
been
your
out of the
term, it
loop
went
on
up.
this?
Under your term,
Am I
it has gone up.
lost?
Former President Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids.
Oh, I guess, yeah, fentanyl's
what
an
will you do to
opioid.
help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are
When I
struggling
think
to
of
get the treatment
opioid, I
they
think
need?
of like wealthy housewives getting pills from the
We
doctor.
now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries, and there was more to come, but he hasn't done that. But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the
Was he
worst.
bringing this up because like opioids
the
get
worst
imported from
situation
China?
with
I'm a little
China's
confused.
going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Jake, we were doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough. And it was the drugs pouring across the border started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot.
Maybe we just take a little page out of Duarte's book, right? We just start executing drug peddlers, right?
The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low, because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways. But the
what is a gotaway?
The amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border, the worst thing I've ever seen, at numbers that nobody's ever seen under him because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had.
There's a lot of drugs, but like, what are you going to do
Trump,
about
thank you,
it?
President Biden.
Fentanyl and the byproducts of fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we use the machinery that can detect fentanyl. These big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border.
What?
And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together.
We have giant machine rollers that detect fentanyl by rolling over the ground?
Drugs,
that's news to me.
More numbers of agents, more numbers of all the people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues, said, don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically. No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now, struggling to get the treatment they need.
Well, this does pertain to it. He ended Remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things.
Didn't Obama end catch and release like before Trump was president? I'm pretty sure.
It's just
oh no, that was wet foot, dry foot. My bad. My bad. That was wet foot, dry foot. That was different.
Now we have a hostage, a Wall Street Journal reporter. I think a good guy, and he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have
Ozzy Horror, you can't say that. I don't care if you're from the jungle island.
Before I take office, I said by literally as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago.
It does relate to the border. Yeah, they just had a similar name that kind of made my brain gears turn.
Because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where we paid $6 billion for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate.
Well, it doesn't mean you should be there until you're literally a dust ball.
A lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said, 15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. Well, the whole idea.
Shit is so much worse now. I don't know how people believe that things were worse economically under Trump. Like, it's crazy. Delusional.
To find the cheapest jobs overseas and to bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States. And guess what? Those fabs, they call them, to build these chips, those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a
You literally said it at the beginning of the debate. What do you mean?
Wouldn't trade places with the United States of America for all our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country.
Being
in the
the most progressive country is not an accolade, sir.
And everybody trusts us, all of our allies, and our those who he coddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, he sends love letters to, and Putin, etc., they don't want to screw around with this.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term.
God, they're
what do
so
you say
old.
to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him
Yeah, I was
take
gonna say, why
one,
is he
just one.
laughing? He didn't
They're
take
real
any
easy.
cognitive tests.
Like, go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, you know, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just
If we
won
have wood
2
left,
club
we are old.
championships, not even senior. 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced them. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said they've never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden?
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds.
What?
Well, you
How is Biden weighing him?
Well, anyway, that's what anyway, just take a look at
What?
what he says he is. And take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
What the fuck?
He's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8. But I have, you know how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Okay, let's
not
act like children.
President Trump, we're going to
21
turn.
The most animated they've been the entire debate is arguing about fucking golf.
That voters have about you. Will you pledge tonight that once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable?
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to, and I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my many places enjoying
How do
myself.
they get their
I wouldn't be
faces
under
so
indictment
smooth?
because I wouldn't have been his political appointment.
Like, how do they get their shapes so
Because he
smooth that
indicted
there's
me
like no stubble
because I
at
was his
all on
opponent.
their faces?
I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here.
I was just looking at Trump while he was talking, and I noticed like you could see the wrinkles on his lip.
That I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great
Sorry, I
again.
kind of zoned out
We're a
during this
failing nation
question.
Right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him. His policies are so bad. His military policies
Lizard
are
people.
Insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than
You're a
anybody
woman, you
can
should
imagine.
understand makeup.
We are
I don't
very,
wear
very
makeup.
Close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
You want a World War III, let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. Just do what you want.
Why would Putin tell NATO to do what you want?
Attack on one is attack on all, a required response. The idea, I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done and what they've done.
What?
Because we are a powerful nation. We have wonderful peace. Because of the people, not me. It's because
We
of the
do not have
people.
wonderful peace. What fucking America are you living in?
And right now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world because our own safety is at stake. And again, You want to have
tired
a
of
war,
being the world
just
police,
let
Mr.
Putin go ahead
Biden.
and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
President Trump, as I come back to you
Why would he
for
go
a
to
follow-up,
Poland and Hungary?
The question was, will you accept the results of this election, regardless of
Oh yeah,
who
I completely forgot what the question was.
Just to finish what he said, if I might, Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. He's not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me. But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here.
Every war has
That's
to
a war
start in
that should have
Poland.
never
That's
started.
the
It would
rule.
have never
Fuck.
started ever with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you know, you asked me a question before, would you do this? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked if I were
President Trump,
president.
the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless of who wins? Yes or no, please.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm
He already
running
answered it? Oh, I
again.
must have missed the
wasn't
yes. I got
really
distracted
going
by
to
all the
run
Russia.
until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace. And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level because the people understand it.
Well, let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner.
see.
When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local. None.
Well, that's just not
But
true.
you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea if you lose again, you accepting anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
We'll be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate, live from Georgia.
Live. I tell you what, this is a lot longer than I was expecting it to be. Middle school level insults. I'm not going to play ads because I would feel weird playing ads during this, but I need to pee really fucking bad. So I am going to be right back really quick, chat. BRB, no ads. I'll just leave up this thing running. I can't figure. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta pee.
cover all the angles. We report the facts. We find clarity. PBS is here, delivering the credible, reliable, thoughtful election coverage you need to make informed decisions. PBS, your trusted election source.
It is now time for the candidates to deliver their closing statements as predetermined by a coin toss. We're going to begin with
Oh,
you,
holy
President
shit.
Biden.
I came
You have
back
2 minutes.
just in time. What a coinkydink.
We've made significant progress from the debacle that was left by President Trump in his last term.
It's doing the thing. I got
Put ourselves
perfect
in a
timing, chat. Don't
situation
even
where,
worry.
Number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience, or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes, and will not. And if I'm reelected, that'll be the case again. But this guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit. Number one, he's increased inflation.
Did I wash my
because of
hands?
the
I did. My
debacle he
soap smells
left
delicious.
After the way he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America. What I did, when, for example, he wants to get away with...
Wait, that's taxing other countries more, not us. Tariffs aren't on us.
For the ability for us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big
What is the
pharma
scent?
companies.
It's like frozen
Well, guess
winter
what?
berry or some
We got
shit, so it smells like frosted
we got it down to
cranberries. It's really nice.
$35 for insulin instead of $400. No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available to every senior all along, it's happening now, and everybody in America. He wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have child care. We're going to significantly increase the credits people have for child care. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on...
How about instead of increasing credits for childcare, we give incentives for married people to take care of their own children? How about that?
We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, you now have 2 minutes for your closing statement.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. All he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell.
True and
we
real.
have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like. Even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get when you're terminally ill. Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what we did for the military was incredible. Choice for our soldiers, where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and readied up and take care of themselves, and they're living. And that's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great
and
again.
those somehow weren't even really talked
former
about.
President Trump, President Biden, stay with us because we have full analysis of this debate. Anderson Cooper and Aaron Burnett starts now on CNN.
Yeah, I don't think I really care about their analysis. I'm gonna be real. I love that guy. Fast track medical treatment. Stay with us, please. I thought she was saying Biden stay with us for a minute, and I was like, hold on. It's really weird because it sounds like that should have been music there, but there wasn't.
That is now the end of the first presidential debate of the 2024 cycle, a rematch.
Yep. Yeah, that was a thing. Yeah, no, fuck CNN. Don't go towards the light, Biden. All right, so we made it to the end of the debates, and I want to put on my tinfoil beanie here for a second. Tim Pool was the one who said that CNN was going to be striking people if they tried to stream the debates with commentary. What are the odds that that wasn't true, and he was just trying to call the competition for people streaming the debates? Well, then again, the average wait time in New York tends to be 6 months or more. For what? You're not leaving, you just beat to CNN. Yeah, true. Yeah, true. Analysts, a lot of mumbling, nothing of substance. True. It wasn't just a Pool, it was several others. I'm pretty sure he's the one who broke the story, and then others were reporting based on what he said. On the CNN broadcast, they have people escorting Biden extremely gingerly right up to talk to the supposed moderators. Wait, what? What? Oh my god. Arturo, thank you for the $10. Thank you for streaming. It was a blast. Thank you for hanging out. It feels really weird to do sort of like this kind of content, right? I'm not used to like watching something where I don't talk over it a lot, but I want to be able to pay attention to something like the debates as much as I want people to watch along with me, so I didn't want to be like a fucking chatterbox the whole time. Joe was on the defense 80+% of the night. Yeah, it was a kind of strange, right? Biden has a cold, apparently. Is that why his voice was so like soft? It's really hard to hear. The Last Roman, they give it 1,000 biddies. You conclude that nothing changes. Things become more expensive. More of your money is going to DEI stuff in foreign countries. Where is the child care? I don't want child care. Like, that question is like completely against what I want entirely. Right? Like, I understand people need childcare because it's hard to have a single income household in current year, right? But we should be incentivizing people having a stay-at-home parent and having them take care of their kids instead of leaving it to the state, which is something the state isn't going to do because obviously the indoctrination is part of what they want. So it's just like, you know, utopian pipe dream on my end. Neon Suspenders, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thanks for the stream. It's been a blast. Thanks for hanging out. It has been a blasty blast. Mad Me On, thank you for the $5 doodle. Thank you. Biden has Alzheimer's. I'm surprised I only, like, erroneously remembered one thing. I can't even remember what Trump called it. It was like Biden ended the whatever thing for the border, and I was like, oh no, that's not the thing Obama did, and I got that confused with wet foot, dry foot. For those who don't know, wet foot, dry foot was people escaping the dictatorship in Cuba. If Cubans had set foot in Florida, they were allowed to stay as they were escaping their government, right? And so Obama put an end to wet foot, dry foot. He no longer gave any sort of special treatment to Cubans specifically escaping their government. And also there was a clause that he would just send them back to Cuba as well. Was catch and release Trump was talking about? Okay, yeah, that's, for some reason, catch and release made me think of the wet foot, dry foot. Actual political refugees. He ended it because Cubans specifically tended to Republican. Yeah, they definitely tended to vote more right. Obama hates Cubans. James Spinner, thank you for the 10 for the most trusted foxu around. Thank you, cutie. Thank you. Rob Bobson, thank you for the 10. Trump needs to stop focusing on personal attacks and fixating on how people perceive him. I mean, I would say Biden also participated in a very similar amount of personal attacks. And in fact, I'm pretty sure Biden was the one who started it in this debate. Because Biden was just like, you fucked a porn star, Mr. Trump? And it's just like, why are you bringing that up? Like, what do you mean? BGM Doko? Yeah, I guess I can turn that on. Cubans make great food for real, and cigars. Tones, if Biden wins after this, then it's so over. We're fucked. The world is gone. If Biden wins after this, I'm probably going to go full in on, yeah, this shit's rigged. No one with working brain cells would vote for Biden after watching that. The only people who would vote for Biden are those who hate Trump so much that it doesn't matter what he says or does. They would just never vote for him. Biden just mad he didn't fuck a porn star. He didn't already know it was rigged. I mean, more rigged than before. Let's be real. Let's be real. My chat has stopped scrolling. It is broken. YouTube, thank you. Danny D, thank you for the $4.99. You like how they argued about golf? I like how when they started arguing about golf, it was literally the most emotion from either of them for the entire debate. Actually crazy. St. Uger nominated Bernie tonight on Twitter. Not sure how many brain cells. Jesus Christ. How high do you think Joe will go up in the polls from this? I would be interested in seeing the polls right now just to see how skewed they are. Because as like, there's no way that functioning brain cell human beings watch that debate and they're like, yeah, Joe Biden is competent enough to be the president. And I'm sure there's going to be some people who are like, well, Biden might not be competent to be president, but that's fine because as long as we vote him in, then his cabinet will run the presidency. And his cabinet running the presidency is better than that Nazi Trump. There's a funny Jenk clip I need to see. Oh, shit. Who needs voting? Just have a golf tournament. Jesus. Neil Lindgren, thank you for the $5. Thanks for making the debate watchable. Hail to the Foxy. Thanks for watching it with me. I was very interested in seeing how it would go. Hidden, thank you for the 5. You were looking forward to Lolly Kirsche getting the big sniffer. Sad. No big sniffer. No Lolly News Network. The debate was just the politician version of grumpy old men. True. Andres Gonzalez, thank you for the 2,500 CLP. Biden could be elected. Never underestimate how short is the memory and attention span regarding politics on any country for that matter. I don't think it's even like memory and attention span. It's just like if a false narrative is repeated often enough, like we saw with Biden bringing up Charlottesville tonight, and even claiming that they had swastikas on their fucking torches. You don't even need to be telling the truth. If you just say something often enough, people will believe it. M Bone, thank you for the $10 doodles. Now this is quality content. Thanks for being so much fun. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out with me, Bone. Keystrix, thank you for the 2. Is it you, or did Biden get more time and most often last allowed response? I don't remember. I know they definitely cut off both of them, like, several times from being able to respond. And when they did give people time to respond, they wasted it. They were just like, before I ask you a question, let me get to this. And then they just started squabbling about, like, not even answering the question. How do you put swastikas on a torch, though? It's secret fire magic passed down by the Aryan race for generations. The Biden cutoffs were hilarious. They were pretty funny. Space Monkey, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Rough Times, thank you for the 100 biddies. 95% of politicians should be tarred and feathered for what they've done to the country over the last century. This debate is the culmination of the competency crisis all the way to the top. I can't disagree with you. One day I hope we can rise up like our Latam brethren and start dousing our commie politicians in red paint to show everyone what they are. They give Biden multiple extra responses, but Biden couldn't finish, so he got cut off, but he was giving more response time. I'm sure someone with a higher level of number autism than me will make some sort of like, here's exactly how much time Trump talked, and here's exactly how much time Biden talked. I'll probably get to see that if it gets made. I'm pretty sure someone will make it. Evil Zombie Toe, thank you for the $4.99. You're just glad we now know who the better golfer is. True. So now we know who's going to take more golfing vacations. The Border Patrol Union responded to Biden's claim about being supported by them on Twitter. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Stephen Tanch, thank you for the $5 doodles. Thanks, Spicy Fox, for the stream. Thank you. It's very, very far outside my normal streaming hours, so thank you guys for hanging out, dude. Saber the Rib, thank you for the 8-month resub. Best part about the golf argument is that it came on the heels of the explain to the voters why you aren't too old question. True, only old people play golf. My grandfather didn't play golf in real life when I was alive, at least. I know he had golf clubs, I'm sure he did at some point. But he had Tiger Woods golf games for his Windows 95. And I got to play those when I was of age to use a computer. The CNN people seem to do quite well at keeping their noses out of it and just directing and timing, honestly. At least as far as you could tell. I was very surprised that they didn't actually do any sort of like interrupting or like weird shit like what had happened before, honestly. Gage Patterson, thank you for the 10. I would never have watched this debate by yourself. Thanks for your commentary. Thank you. Like I said, I feel really nervous when I do stuff like this because like I want to listen to it, so I feel like I don't talk enough. I don't want to talk over them too often, but I guess that's just me being kind of brain damaged. DB Nirvana, thank you for the 5. Debate was frankly pretty dull overall. Thanks for making it tolerable. Yeah, it wasn't anything crazy. It wasn't a big spectacle, but you know, it was interesting to watch at least. It's information, you know? Should see CNN's headline right now. Dems saying, we have a problem after Biden's performance. Well, at least they can fucking admit it finally. Hillbilly Chad, thank you for the 5. Trump loses, might be for the best. People will go back to sleep if he wins. I guess that's another problem is like when you have a victory, you need to keep climbing for another victory. You can't just rest on your laurels because a temporary band-aid isn't going to fix the axe wound. Big Line Man 34, thank you for the 5. Funny how they didn't ask Biden if he would accept the election results. That's true. I didn't even think of that. They only asked Trump if he would accept the election results and not Biden, even though both sides have been furious about accepting election shit. I think it's great, you know, you didn't miss here, right? It was pretty obvious that CNN cut Biden off a few times to protect him. Maybe. Chaos in Control, thank you for the 199. The Sank might cry. He's crying, dude. Noble Heart 92, thank you for the $5 doodles. Kirsche 2028, I'll let you have 2 commies. That's better than 2 scoops of ice cream, baby. Did I see Biden's earpiece? I didn't. Did he have an earpiece in? Was somebody feeding him fucking answers? Brady Crippen, thank you for the 5. Your mom liked the way I did it. Just thought I should know. Aw, thanks, Mom. Thanks, Brady's mom. Dog and Pony Show. Hillary said Trump was illegitimate, right? Noble Heart 92, thank you again for the $5 doodles. Hideki, thank you for the 5. This is why you love me. I'm the best of both worlds, politics and VTubing. Thank you for the stream. It was a real treat. Thank you. Thank you. I got politics and VTubing. That means everyone hates me. Nano's mom watched the stream. Hello, Nano's mom. I'm really tapping into the boomer demographic today. Welcome. Nano's mom love. Brady's mom's got it going on. I mean, probably. Let's be real. You agree on the VTuber. What do you mean? Doc Scalawag, thank you for the subby, bubby. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. The first time they cut off Trump was during an important response. That is true. They did cut off his important response. You're 18, if that means anything. Well, I'm glad you're legal to be in this chat. Otherwise, we would have had to ban you. Lauren Vox, thank you for the prune. Thank you for pruning. Floyd, thank you for the $10 doodles. I asked what gotaways are. Those are illegals detected entering the country through sensors or eyes, but not caught by Border Patrol. So they're in the country without knowledge of who they are. Ah, okay. Yeah, I didn't understand that word that they were using, so I'm glad. Thank you for explaining it. That also seems really weird. If they're detected entering illegally, why would you not just detain them on the spot? You know, it's official hag love zone. Yeah, we love hags here, okay? Paint Eternal, thank you for the $10. Keep mentioning this, but you're roomy and you timed the first question. Biden had 3 minutes out of the permitted 2, but they did cut him off on time for the next 2 or 3. Good job, CNN. Yeah, that's like I said, I'm sure some numbers autist is going to like come out with the full chart of exactly how long Trump and Biden had each for each question, and then total at the end. Crow Robot, thank you for the $4.99. Thank you for the stream. You'd rather give me the view than any of the chunk news channels. Aw, that's sweet of you. Kenai 24, thank you for the $2. Kyle Kolinsky said CNN would do that too. Huh. Kyle Kolinsky is a familiar name, but I can't put an image to the name. My brain doesn't work very well. They really don't have to though. Biden is clearly in trouble, even to CNN. Yeah, I cannot wait to doom scroll Twitter in preparation for tomorrow, dude. Brave SJ, thank you for the 585. You enjoyed this? You know that as a woman, not talking over everything you watch is new territory for you. I'm proud of you for making this leap. Look, it's both as a woman and as a streamer. The pressure to not stay quiet is immense, okay? Isn't Kyle the Secular Talk guy? His Secular Talk YouTube channel? Oh, okay. Jake from State. I'm assuming Farm should be in there. Thank you, Jake from State. For the 4-month member, forgot about the stream, kicking yourself, but Brandon is cooked. Rest in piss, literally. Please do not cook your long pig in piss. It will not make it taste better. Oh, no, angry ghost, my dude. Thank you for the $100 doodles. Thank you. Big, huge, wonderful stream. Off topic, Pal World update. Asmongold just played it. Am I going to? I've still been paying for the Pal World server. I would like to get on it and fucking roam around. I would like to, yes. Maybe I can figure out some time this weekend to throw up the Pal World thing instead of Crime Boss. Average Weeb, thank you for the 2 Canadians. A rolling machine for fentanyl. Steamrollers! We're steamrolling the fentanyl into the brick roads. The RuneScape Herald, thank you for the 10. The idea that they didn't allow an actual audience for live reactions is frankly malarkey of them. Help, love the shirt, make it into merch. You'll buy 1 or 3. Love how based you are. Thank you, man. Thank you. Help, thank you. Oh, delicious water. Glad you finally got to catch me live, even if for a short time. Yeah, it's very, very outside my normal streaming hours, man. You love Unpaid Prisoners World? Same. I haven't played Pal World in fucking ages, but I love it. I love it. It's so cute. Gamer Kev, thank you for the 300 biddies. Thank you. I made it entertaining. Thank you for enjoying hanging out, dude. DeForce Films, thank you for the $4.99. The debate was the worst train wreck you've seen in a while, and you live near East Palestine. I'm sorry to hear about your radioactive goop from the train crashes, dude. I'm sorry to hear you live in Ohio. I wouldn't say it was like a super train wreck, right? It was no Hillary versus Trump on the stage, but Biden's just not a person at the moment, you know? Thanks for streaming. It made your night stay awesome. Yeah, I don't know if Emperor Creatine was here, because it was his birthday, but happy birthday, Emperor Creatine. I somehow remembered. I don't know how, but a happy fucking birthday, dude. Why does it always come back to Ohio? Ohio is actually the epicenter of everything bad. You have a new job. Bad news is that it's at the same time as my streams. Oh no, more phaser. That's I'm sorry you're gonna have to join the VoD gang, but thank you. I'm glad you have a new job too. I hope you enjoy it and it's not shit. Ohio! You learned that Biden really liked his carry your own bag line. Yeah, I don't understand why it matters, right? Like, I feel like most golfer people would have the bag boy, right? Whatever they're fucking called, the caddy. There we go. Hell yeah, brother. Congrats on the memory, Kirsche. It doesn't work very often, so I'm proud when it does. Ohio's Pennsylvania without Appalachia. Gross, dude. Gross, dude. You know, I don't stream like this often, but it didn't interfere with your schedule at all. Good. Prodigal Son, they give them $1.99. First time you watch politics willingly in years. I can't wait for the second debate so that they can loop on Charlottesville and golf again. The Spider God 99, they give you the 1.5k dick biddies. Thank you! Cherry Foxy was best politics Foxu. Probably the only politics Foxu, honestly. Toons, it was a nice stream. You've been permanently banned from Hassan's chat after being inflammatory. Am I gonna stream tomorrow? I am going to stream tomorrow. It's a Friday. I can't miss Tangent Friday, baby. You can't miss it. Arb Nero, thank you for the 5. Now the real question, how is Biden getting the super drugs while on camera? Your money's a catheter. I mean, obviously it was a catheter. They could hide it very easily, both under his large jacket and with the podium. The first time you watched anything CNN in years. Same. Real Burger King. You found your real burger queen. Thank you for the prune. Thank you for pruning. Arturo, thank you for the $10 doodles. Thank you for streaming. It was a blast. Thank you for hanging out. Highly and Juggalo, thank you for the 5. Make having a government of people under 50 years old normal again. Hard agree. I feel like it's hard for people to get into politics in their 30s, but we need more people. We need more hags and whatever the male equivalent of hags are to do stuff instead of these geriatrics. The Border Patrol tweet is real. Hold on, I have to fix my browser because I made it big again, but I don't want it to show my tabs. I think 95 is where I cut it off. It was either 95 or 98. Oh no, is real, dude. Somebody earlier said it was real, but I didn't have a link you. No link you. What do we got going on here? A Border Patrol Union NBPC, and it's got the little yellow check mark. Official Union of the U.S. Border Patrol. Little yellow check mark. To be clear, we never have and never will endorse Biden. Does Biden ever tell the truth? No. The answer is no. No, he does not. Oh my god. Kobe Octo, thank you for the 199. Fun stream, just join the Discord. Welcome! If you don't glow, you'll have a good time. Big Lineman, thank you for the 2. CNN must be trying to get Kamala to replace Biden. Oh man, they wish, dude. Both of my chats are paused. 50 tons of cheese! Thank you for the 4-month resub. I don't know if I could eat that much cheese, but I do love cheese. Carrie Bloodrose, thank you for the raid! Welcome, raiders. All of my alerts are off at the moment, because we were watching the debate, so I don't have any alerts to trigger my eyeballs to. Umbra Creatine, thank you for the 10. Thanks for the birthday wishes. You got to eat a freshly baked cake. Hell yeah! On some ice cream with your family. Best birthday you've had in a long time. Today was the day Trump won after all. We can only hope. I genuinely hope that he wins this year. Otherwise, you know, it's gonna get rough, man. Plus, if he wins, imagine the comfy riot streams we'll get to have. Literally, the highlight of my decade was hanging out in, like, just poll live streams, watching riots from people live streaming it on the ground. Not like journalists, not like people who had a vested interest in, like, slanting your opinion. Just, like, fucking random guy with iPhone streaming the riots. It's so comfy. I hate the riots, but it's comfy to watch. Angie, thank you for the 7-month member. Did I hear about Sargon's plan to collapse the US to bring back the British Empire and to re-annex New England? You fucking British people, stay out of my New England. It's new for a reason, and we don't want your 1984 Orwellian government surveillance here. Stay the fuck out. You just got a new honey badger barrel in? What the heck? What the heck? I gotta make another run to the Second Amendment store for more defense. We need more guns behind every blade of grass. Limey's blown the fuck out. JD, thank you for the $10 doodles. No more debates, just give them some gloves and put them in a ring and let them fight it out. I don't think geriatric boxing would actually be fun, though. Booba better than ass. You're wrong, but thank you for the 10-month tier 2 resub. You're allowed to be wrong in my chat. It's okay. You do you, baby. Thank you. Thank you. Damien Itami, thank you for the $10 doodles. If tariffs are too high, it runs the risk of driving cost of product up to cover the additional cost the tariff imposes. Thus, using tariffs has to be done in an intelligent and conservative manner. I agree with you, but also when we imposed tariffs on China, they just kind of ate the majority of the cost. They didn't really raise prices all that much. Probably because they know their quality is shit and the only reason people buy it is because it's cheap as fuck. But also, I would much rather pay less in taxes and keep more of my paycheck and then pay slightly higher, because it wouldn't even come close to the amount in taxes for like some random product. We can make the shit on our own. Hopefully we can bring even more manufacturing back to the US. You could see Biden actually winning in the ring due to the no brain damage. The only thing she doesn't allow is excessive glowing and giving her a Fuda cock. True. It's not sad on both fronts. It's because we're here for functioning human beings. You'd like to take this moment to thank your sponsor, Roof Korea Security Services. Thank you, Arismador, for the 100 biddies. Also, they waste our tax dollars. True. True and real. Miko Unknown. I got there eventually. Thank you for the 2 months of Proom. Forget the election. We're in 25th territory at this point. What does 25th territory mean? They had to eat the tariffs because if they raised prices, it would screw up their artificial manipulation of the yuan. Oh, I guess that could be fair as well. Tariffs are anti-globalist. Good. The 25th Amendment. Ah, okay. That makes sense. 25th Amendment. You can replace the president. I was like, the 25th what? I was like that woman on Kasim G a decade ago. A pound of what? Maybe the winner of the debate was Chancellor Palpatine. A Kobe Octo, thank you for the $9.99. You're glad you're here and not talking to your family about the old cry like high school girls because they're too far one-sided to have a reasonable conversation with when it comes to politics. I feel like most of my family's pretty reasonable when it comes to politics. They're you know, obviously a bit more religious than I am. I don't think I've ever really talked politics with my mom, though. I don't really know what she believes. Wrathbone, thank you for the 3-month member, thank you. Starting to think Spoon Man was right. You want monarchy again? I don't think I'd want a monarchy, dude. Naturally negative, naturally creamy. Thank you for the $5 doodles. Your takeaway so far is that literally nobody cares about childcare this election. It's amazing how easily Trump directs the discussion, though. Yeah, true. True and real. I see childcare as pretty much a non-issue because providing more childcare is just providing more government indoctrination, and that's not really what I want. I want a way for people to be able to stay home and raise their own kids through childhood before they go off to whatever school of choosing. Even ancient Rome hated monarchists. You like monarch butterflies? They're pretty. Those are pretty. You expected the president to say the power of many. Sarah-san, thank you for the prune, my guy, thank you. John Garrison, thank you for the $1 doodle. Floyd, thank you for the $10. Kirsche asked, what are gotaways in the context of border security? Gotaways are people who got detected but escaped capture by Border Patrol, so they're in the country without knowing who they are. Oh, thank you, Floyd, as well, for the explanation, dude. Thank you, thank you. Jim Bob, thank you for the $6.08. We love you, Kirsche, and all your based P. My based P! How is my P based? He spelt it P-I-I, so... Angie, thank you for the $20 doodles. It involved taking the gold reserves from London and paying LA nations to open their prisons and having the cartels sending them over the border. And then those nations threatening to execute them if they're sent back. That seems really convoluted and possibly also a joke. I feel like that's probably a comedic delivery. Evan Shoro, thank you for the 7-month resub. Thank you. Mechanist Golden Gear, thank you for the $1 doodle. I accidentally clicked on your name, so now my browser's having a seizure. John Garrison, thank you for another $1 doodle, my guy. Thank you. Ratchet2425, thank you for the $100 doodles. You wish you could keep watching, but you're already gonna hate yourself tomorrow at work. Can't wait to hear your radio tomorrow morning tell you that Biden somehow won this debate, even though he sounds like it's about to croak. Enjoy the rest of the shit show. Well, if you are a based VOD watcher, hopefully you'll hear me thanking you for your thick Chad $100 super chat, dude. Thank you. Well, thank you, you big Chad Ratchet. I hope you get good sleep for your work tomorrow. Sorry you had to back out early. James Spenner, thank you for the 10. You're surprised that no one mentioned transitioning children during the debate. Maybe they're saving that for the second debate. They're saving that for the big hot debate. Because they gotta mention it, right? Ryan, thank you for the 2. It's not P-based, it's PH. Check your cookie. What? No, he didn't spell it P like P-E-E. He spelled it P-I-I. But you still pronounce P-I-I as P. You think there's gonna be a second? I mean, they did say that this was the first of 2 debates, so unless they cancel the second one, they would need a pretty good reason to cancel it. Avalanche Grim, thank you for the 2. Let's drink every time they loop. See how wasted we can be. No, don't get alcohol poisoning in my stream, dude. Beautiful Joe, thank you for the 5. Hi, Kirsche. Hope you're doing good. Politics are just a mess in general, but at least they can be entertaining at times. Politics are frustrating. They're not fun, but they're not meant to be fun, right? Like, you shouldn't go into politics being like, yeah, let's have some fun! But that's also why most people don't really like paying attention to them, unfortunately. Okay, she's streaming on both. I am! Deadpan Sanchez, thank you for the 10. Kirsche, thanks for the stream. Good night. Thank you! I hope you have a good night, Mr. Sanchez. Thank you. The Dems are saying Biden needs to be asked to step aside. Impressive! A little bit of awareness for once. Goonsy, thank you for the 100 biddies. Trump has the greatest loops. I tell ya, I have the greatest loops. Only the most magnificent of loops. China wishes they had loops as good as mine. Arc-TK, thank you for the 500 biddies. Convicted felon versus conflicted melon. The felon versus melon debate. Man, when my massage therapist was like fucking beating me up today, she was holding my head and she's like, oh, you should relax. And I was like, I am relaxed. And she's like, oh, this is all of the weight of your head on my hands? And I was like, yeah, She's like, oh, you have a lighter head than most of my other clients. And I was like, yeah, there's not really much going on in there. You wish they answer the questions straightly and actually support their claims with bill names and different statistics and sources. But that would be rational. Yeah, I really wish we could have a debate where, like, they bring sources and shit. Like, I'm pretty sure during that, like, Destiny Alex Jones shit, didn't they say that they, like, wanted to do something like that? I can't remember. I can't remember if they wanted to or, like, they actually had stuff that they brought with them. I can't remember. But it's like, I would like to see it where they, like, bring shit to back up what they're saying. I know it would exponentially increase the length of the debate, but I feel like, I don't know, that's a really important thing if you're choosing the leader of your country. Like, maybe we should have some sources. I don't know, man. They'll wait to pull Biden from the race until after the second debate so that the new candidate won't have to go up against Trump 1 versus 1. And for Creatine, thank you for 5. We're gonna have some big, beautiful loops. Tremendous loops. The best, most repetitive loops you ever saw. Believe me, nobody knows loops like I do. This is a post-cognition society. I wish I could do a better Trump impression, but as a woman, you know, it's pretty hard to get his inflection right. You don't win high-stakes debates by proving sources and debating the issues. Winners are almost entirely emotionally driven. I know, and I hate it. Help. Breb VT, thank you for the gift sub to Emperor Corellius. Thank you, Mr. Breb. God, I would love some, like, soft, squishy milk bread right now. Moto-kun, thank you for the 200 biddies. It's crazy that Biden keeps cussing. Well, they are not bad words. It's unprofessional. That's heckin' malarkey. I have to overpronounce the A sounds. China. Ryan, thank you for the 5. You'll never get statistics because the average person isn't smart enough to understand them. They just be sitting there like Biden and staring. I mean, true. True, people would just look at the statistics and not really understand what's going on. Like, look at how many people don't understand fucking per capita, right? The Last Roman, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you. Nerding Around, thank you for the motherfucking broom. Ex-Kata, thank you for the broom, my guy. Stay. My stream elements just, kind of fucked me. Where the fuck? Alright, well, I don't know what it did, but let's keep going, I guess. Shadow Ferret, thank you for the $10 doodles. Thank you. This feels like the Herbert the Pervert fight from Family Guy. Look, Biden wasn't close enough to sniff anyone, okay? Wrathbone, thank you for the 5. Need both you and Gundam on vitamins for the next debate. You know, I don't know if me being on vitamins on the stream is a good idea. Maybe I can do that once, but like, I feel like, I don't know, you know? Vitamins. They're very healthy for you. They take away your pain. Tech, thank you for the $5. Reduce the Porsche tax. We can't afford Porsche farms in this economy. How are we going to make our Porsche super soldier armies and Porsche sex toys? Well, if you make Porsche sex toys, I will send in the National Guard to execute you on the spot. It won't be like the ATF shooting your dog. They'll just shoot you, all right? Do not the Porsche. But if you want to make Porsche super soldier armies, you can easily get a government grant for that. We'll approve that easily. Don't worry about it. It's not a good idea for Gundam either, considering he passes out on stream. No. I don't remember him passing out on stream, but yeah, if he's passing out, poor Gundam, man. Maybe take one less vitamin. All right, maybe 2 instead of 3. DeadTube, thank you for the $10 doodles. Most animated they've been is arguing about their handicaps. This is 2024 America. I'm not a big golf brain because I am neither an old person or a man. But handicap is like a specific golf thingy. I don't remember exactly what it is. I just know that it references golf. Like, I know it is a golf thing. Much like I know touchdown is a football thing, but I couldn't describe it to you. It's a Gundam Chan. It will be hilarious. I mean, if he wants to fucking do a debate thing, I'm down. The Raging D-Head, thank you for the 5. People are insane if they think they will swap in Newsom. Newsom, let's decriminalize HIV, and instead of bringing gay sodomy in line with straight sodomy, let's just make it a free-for-all. That Newsom running for president? What is this platform gonna be? I will provide government-mandated 14-year-olds for all people to have sex with. That would be Gavin Newsom's fucking platform. Like, what? Yeah, it means how much closer to the whole critter. Oh, to the hole you start. I just combined the whole critter, by the way. Handicap is where your score starts, you believe? Oh, okay. All right. Well, you'd have the 4chan vote. Jesus Christ. Bruce Sobolvaro, thank you for the $5 doodles. It was bad for them. They couldn't afford to get their chew toys trafficked across the border. Chew toys? Human chew toys? I guess at the spirit cooking parties. Slickford, thank you for the 5 gift subs, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. Neil Lindgren, thank you for the 5. Thou shalt not do the Kirsche. True. True and real. That is a commandment. The Raging D-Hand, thank you for the 2. Trump will be like DeSantis, already kicked his ass. I am hoping the next debate they bring up a couple more social policy stuff, you know? Tysell, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Thank you. You want to be my chew toy? I mean, I do like biting. You mean just have It's a Gundam with his female VTuber model? I don't know. Could he do a multiple hour stream doing his high-pitched lady voice? Ryan, thank you for the $2 doodles. You volunteer for research and development for the Super Soldier. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. The Censor Duck, thank you for the 5. Ah! Jumped in here from your other favorite e-girl, Razor Fist. Yeah, I know. Razor Fist is the most kawaii girl on the planet, right? Kirsche, why did you read that? What do you mean? It's in my chat. Why did you type it if you didn't think I would read it? Like to hear more about how the national debt would be reduced? Same. Weird, thank you for the 133 on Arc Stream. Everyone is telling Dev to shut up, so just another day. Omar and Simpson, thank you for the 199. More fentanyl titans. We need to feed the titans fentanyl so that they can stamp out the rest of humanity. No. Weird, thank you for the 133. What is a printer, President Trump? What? Like a 3D printer? Emperor Creatine, thank you for the 2. You and Reza together for the next debate? I don't know. I don't know if he would want to do like a one-on-one kind of stream with me. We were on the side scrollers. You said what all chatters are thinking. Oh, they wouldn't do that if they didn't already have the playbook. Oh man. Emmanuel, a chemist and sad girl enjoyer. Don't do drugs, kids, because they're for adults. JK. Well, I mean, also, it's a true statement. Kids shouldn't do drugs. Adults shouldn't do drugs either, but you know, there are some people who are capable of practicing moderation. I wish everyone was capable of self-control, chat. Can you imagine how much better the world would be if everyone had self-control? Had me and Razor on at the same time. It was amazing how the golf bit, he was having a laugh non-stop during it while I was, what the fuck is this dick measuring contest? Truly male-female brains in action. Bahamut, thank you for the 2. Kirsche, don't read this. Fuck you, buddy! I will read your colorful flag. Scott Roush, thank you for the $5 doodles. You're both pretty and awesome and the bestest. Now answer the question I asked! Tomahawk PWPT, thank you for the 5. We reached the glazing stage of the debate. No more question answering. Jesus. Omar and Simpson, thank you for the $4.99. Trump is going full Pablo Francisco with the thought loop while Joe GPT spits out nonsense. What if they were both just like AI GPTing back and forth, dude? I have a dream. I have a dream where one day people will be self-disciplined enough to put back a shopping cart into the shopping cart zone. I'm pretty sure I did a full parody of the I have a dream speech in regards to being an anime person. I'm pretty sure it's a Twitch highlight, but nobody watches Twitch highlights. Sam, thank you for the 2-month member. Sam celebrates 2 months of membership in this field. I don't think RFK raspiness would be as noticeable. I don't know. When I came back from peeing, Biden seemed way lower than before. Von Cobra, Night Herald, thank you for the $20 doodles. The nuclear family is too liberal. We need to support extended families. That's the real family support system. I guess, yeah. We need to start rebuilding from the nuclear family, though. Like, we need the mother, the father, with the children, before we can start repairing your extended family is also quite important. Which is why, like, in my family, on my dad's side, everyone basically stayed super fucking close together. Like, none of my grandparents' children are outside of, like, a 40-minute drive. Like, my dad is maybe 15 minutes from his parents, and my aunt is, like, literally fucking 5 minutes down the road. My uncle's the farthest one out in New Hampshire, because he was like, I want to be in the woods, I don't want to be near people. And then my other uncle lives with his parents at the moment, because, you know, a shitty wife situation, unfortunately. Kirsche is a VTuber parody. True. Spadey Cake, thank you for the 10. You're roughly about an hour behind the live portion of the stream, and man, you can't help but laugh every time Biden's brain skips like a broken record. When Biden's brain skips like a broken record, and he opens his mouth and stares off into the distance and almost drools on himself, it makes me feel like I'm not so alone in my memory issues. Rick Bane, thank you for the 5. Gonna watch the rebroadcast after work. Keep up the Fox things. I do the Fox things. Thank you. Thank you. No, JD, thank you for the $10 doodles. It is so nice to know that I'm paying into Social Security and I will never be able to get benefits from it. Same, honestly. The best badness for 20K, thank you for the 5, is Homie a wind-up toy. With the looping, it kind of felt like it, honestly. Victus Omega, thank you for the $4.99. Would love to see me and Razor cover this on Side Scrollers, or heck, you, Gundam, and Razor on a panel for the next one. Love the shirt, by the way. Thank you, thank you. Your wife fell asleep listening to me and says, my voice is soothing. I'm glad your wife loves the soothing sounds of lesbian biker clad in leather. Arb Nero, thank you for the 5. The best answer for climate change is refurbing old coal plants into nuclear plants, but they don't want that answer. Yeah, I don't understand why nobody talks about nuclear power, right? Like, I mean, I do understand, because if they keep pushing these nonsense green measures that actually don't do anything, they can keep embezzling money. So that's why they keep doing it. But it's just like, I would like to have a real solution instead of you guys just making yourselves richer, actually, at this point. Because they can't exploit nuclear power for money. Yeah, like, whenever I say I can't understand why, like, I typically understand, but it's just like, it's the dumbest rationale ever, so I'm like, how do you live with yourself, you know? The only woman who was over while you were watching said, Kirsche had a cute voice and laugh. Aww. Women love me. I'm irresistible. It's the lesbian energy. You like side-scrollers, but you hate being awake at 10 a.m. Central? Dude, same. Love side-scrollers, but waking my ass up early is so hard, man. Tech, thank you for the 5. Setting the record straight. You don't, the Kirsche. You're a businessman filling a niche. You'll stop unethical Kirsche toy sales. Once people stop buying, we're gonna come for you. We're gonna burn down your Kirsche toy factory and rescue all of those poor Kirsches you're breeding in captivity to make into sex toys, and then we're gonna execute you on a public stage, and we're gonna broadcast it in Times Square to send a fucking message! Do not the Kirsche! Minor Zircon, thank you for the 2. The debate was great, like Gundam sounding stories. True and real. Rigadu Wolf, thank you for the 20. Biden's facial expressions when he looks at Trump are killing you. He had some good facial expressions. And by good, I mean they were bad, but they're memeable. Flipside Fanatica, thank you for the $4.99. Fox with news is better than Fox News. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Emperor Creatine, thank you for the 2. Can we do the Kirsche in Pal World? No, but you can breed the Kirsche with other pals in the breeding pen. That's acceptable because they're all little woodland critters. Ryan, thank you for the 2. You wish you had a hard time waking up at 4:30 a.m. Oh my god. 4:30 a.m. I'm still awake. Like, that's my nighttime, dude. Like, Captain Seatard, thank you for the 10. Personally, you love finally achieving a 6-figure job only to watch it sink into middle class. You just want to be left alone on a large ranch in Texas with your Kirsche farm. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt. I was like, wow, I'm actually out of poverty. And the government was like, so, you know, it's kind of surreal in a bad way, honestly. Don't mention Kirsche and breeding in the same sentence. You'll awaken the deviants. I'm sorry. Chaos and Control, thank you for the $4.99. Guys, I think Asenk is going to legit start crying, and this is Kino! I'm gonna have to go see what the fuck the Young Turks were doing, dude. Sleepy Kalazor, thank you for the $5.32. It's a conspiracy! Someone is clearly replacing all of Biden's gamer subs with AFK. Someone get these geriatrics some Jujutsu Kaisen stat. And you can use code Kirsche to get 10% off your order of gamer subs to force feed Joe Biden on the debate stage so he can stay awake. You're not making 100K a year, you're poor now. When he said that like people making 170K are going to be paying 6% taxes, I'm like, why am I paying more in taxes than the people making 170K? Because that's more than what I make by a long shot, and I got anally raped by the IRS. All right, I should file a lawsuit. I've been distressed and used. Okay. Unless someone dressed up as a purple-haired lesbian in a suit in The Young Turks raging about Biden. What the fuck? What the heck? Mato-kyun, thank you for the 200 biddies. Crazy that Biden keeps cussing. Well, they're not bad words. I already read that one. It came up twice. Thank you again, Mato-kyun. Ed, thank you for the 5. They talk about rising ocean levels. Why are the wealthiest people still buying shorefront property? Also a good question. I used to think when I was younger that I would really like waterfront property. But now that I have to, like, pay bills, right? Now that I'm responsible, waterfront property sounds like a fucking nightmare. Like, you have to get flood insurance. You're always in danger of flooding anyways. You're in danger of hurricanes. You got, like, so many issues to worry about. It's like, you know, I probably don't want that, actually. And, like, just thinking about how distressed my grandmother was the one time she thought she was gonna lose the house because of all the flooding, I was just like, you know, I don't want to deal with that, actually. Have to worry about corrosion. Yeah, my one uncle that like lives the furthest away, but it's still close to the rest of the family. He moved to Hawaii with a woman for like several years, and they lived in a house on stilts because, you know, Hawaii is an island that frequently gets hurricanes and flooding. And when he came back, he was just like, yeah, living there, I would not recommend it. I would not. It was a really nice place, but I wouldn't recommend living there. Can the Fox talk about GamerSup's Friday announcement when it hits midnight? I mean, if it's a public announcement, I could probably already talk about it. But I'm very excited. I guess I could ask, right? I guess I can ask. Where's my GamerSup's conversation? They always respond to me at like really fucking strange hours. I love these guys. Oh god, typing hurts so much. My arms are so stiff. I'm gonna like cover myself in ice when I get in bed. Buy a cup for your cup. Oh, they said I'm good to talk about the drop now. Oh, okay, perfect. All right, perfect. What a wonderful time to exist. This one's fine. Thank you guys. Thank you. Happy face. So they're dropping at 3 p.m. At 3 p.m. Friday. So tomorrow when my stream starts, dropping a scientist line of GamerSup's products here. We got another skater deck, another t-shirt, the waifu cup, of course, a denim fucking jacket, dude. A black denim jacket, dude. I'm excited for that. And a fingerboard, and then old fans of GamerSup's are going to be really excited because in conjunction with the scientist drop, they're bringing back an old flavor, an old beloved flavor with Kaho's Guilty Pleasure. This was a flavor I heard about non-stop from people who loved GamerSup's. So if you want to try probably the most raved about flavor, it is coming back tomorrow at the time that I start stream. You loved that stuff. Yeah, use code Kirsche for 10% off your freaking order tomorrow. I'm excited for this drop because I wasn't partnered with them when Guilty Pleasure was around. So I'll finally be able to try it as well. Hell freaking yeah. Who's Kaho? Kaho is a Japanese streamer lady. I do not know much about her. That is the beginning and ending of my knowledge. Kaho's. How good is GamerSup's? Dude, I used to be a coffee fiend, alright? But I like fruity flavors of stuff. I have basically not bought coffee except for when I wake up early for streams since I got partnered last year. That was, September was when I got partnered with them. I've only been drinking gamer subs for my caffeine intake. It's very good. I have a handful of flavors I really freaking like. They're AFK. I'm a very big texture person, right? So I don't like a lot of powders because the powders leave that chalky feeling in your mouth. Never had any chalky feeling with any of the gamer subs. The AFK one is a bit of a thicker powder than their caffeine or caffeine-free variants. But the AFK is also meant to be chugged before bed so that you can get a better night's sleep and have thicker cums. There are many dudes in the Discord who can report back. The AFK gamer subs did indeed. The magnesium helped them. Gotta get that magnesium in there somehow, exactly. Remington, thank you for the $2 doodles. Kaho is a former Jav actress. Oh, I wonder if I've accidentally seen her in some of my trawls. James Spinner, thank you for the $10 doodles. Would I rather have a Kirsche waifu cup or a Kirsche ice shaker? What's an ice shaker? You need to buy this now! It comes out tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern. 3 p.m. William, thank you for the 3-month member. You heard him. You heard Biden call Trump the N-word with a hard R. Does that mean Trump voted for Biden at the last election? What the fuck are you talking about? Dre CL, thank you for the 5. They're literally discussing people like Fetterman replacing Biden. You can't make this crap up. What the fuck? Darth Rivon, thank you for the 5. Do not the Kirsche, or do not KNOT the Kirsche. Do not NOT. Do not. If you not KNOT the Kirsche, your execution will not be swift. It will be very painful and slow. Ryan, thank you for the 2. You work 50 hours a PRW minimum to make less than 50k. What the fuck? What the fuck? Uzi Patrol, thank you for the 2. It almost went school cafeteria with these two. I want to see a presidential food fight. The presidential food fight, man. A Captain Satard. Thank you again for the $10 doodles. You just want to be left alone on a large ranch in Texas with your Kirsche farm? I would love a real-life Kirsche farm, dude. Let's go. Is it only available tomorrow, limited time? It doesn't say it's limited time, so I'm sure it'll just be here until it sells out again. I don't know if there will be like a restock when it sells out, if it's just going to be like naturally in circulation again. I know like they restocked Silver Veil's flavor and that was a specialty one, so probably I don't think it's limited time because it doesn't have that language here. Holy shit, Nim, you found a safe for work. What does he mean by this? You sent me a safe for work image of Kaho. The safe for work images. Hideki, thank you for the $5 doodles. Kirsche's gonna have a lot more material for alert sounds after this is done. I don't know if there were any alert sounds tagged in the stream. We'll find out. We'll find out. Lord J, thank you for the $5 doodles. One of these candidates has won an Ellis Island Award alongside Rosa Parks and Muhammad Ali. The other is Joe Biden. I didn't know that Trump had an Ellis Island Award. I don't even know what an Ellis Island Award is. Kaho's a streamer now? Yeah, that's how I knew her. I knew her as a Japanese streamer lady. I have a rep woman ask. I gotta continue the thank yous or I'm gonna be here until like 4 a.m. Do they sell an AV video with the... No, they do not sell adult videos with the gamer subs. Arctic Fox Daily, effectively a real-life Kirsche farm. Oh, true. True and real. Manya. Brady Crippen, thank you for the 10. You're gonna be honest, Kirsche. I'm barely making this tolerable. I try best. I try best. Captain Seatar, thank you for the 5. You're glad your Pippa viewership led you to me. You'll never watch debates any other way. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It'd be really cool if I could get, like, some other people to watch the debates with me, too. I love watching debates with people. In 2016, I was so excited to watch the debates. But I have no real life friends in Georgia. So I was like, Tim's mom, do you want to watch the debates with me? Keep sending the chats. The image says for a limited time only near the bottom in tiny text, does it? Oh, it does. Oh, it does. My boomer ass eyes can't see that. It does say right here. Hold on. Zoom in on her smug ass face. It does say for a limited time only. Thank you, people in the chat with good eyes. So I guess it is a limited time thing. So get your fucking guilty pleasure while it's here. Unfortunately, limited time makes me scared, dude. It makes me scared. Debates stress you out. It's nice to have me lessen the blows. I don't think they're stressful. I think they're fun. I think they're fun. Oh yeah. Good to know. Yeah, it's good. I'm sorry I have bad eyes and I didn't see this at first. Thank you guys for pointing it out. Not the limited time stuff again. To be fair, like, all of the waifu cups are limited time. I wish the flavors wouldn't be limited time. Because it's like, if I get attached to a flavor, I don't want it to sell out and then never be able to get it again. If you get stressed, just remember, happy day. You're coming to buy the gamer subs. Good! I'm gonna buy the gamer subs. Motherfucking chaos and control. Thank you for the $4.99. Asenk is losing it. Suffer, chunky yogurt. Azores, thank you for the 5. No such thing as a utopia, unfortunately. Too many people don't realize that. Life and human nature simply don't work that way, unfortunately. No, I agree with you. I agree with you. It's like, it can be an interesting thought exercise to be like, well, in a utopia, you could do X, Y, and Z, but that's not feasible in real life, you know? Not much different from how VTuber Corps do merch. I mean, I guess that's fair. Limited time drops. Hope the Kirsche shaker isn't too expensive so you can actually buy it. My shaker will be the same price as all of the other shakers on the website. I don't think I've ever seen a shaker have a deviant price. I'm pretty sure every shaker's just been the same numby. Nasenk can pleasure a horse to relieve stress with Vouch. I don't think he's ever admitted to liking horses though. Water buffalo? What about the water buffalo? I'm gonna get the Kaho for the massive taste and AFK for the good sleep and massive balls. Hell yeah. Will the shaker have ears like Asmon's though? No, I didn't get ears on mine, but I do have a very nice design. I'm sure you guys will fucking love it. I'm sure. Arb Nero, thank you for the member earlier. Thank you. He means the small black businesses created to defraud the government with the PPP loans. True. Keeper Docs, thank you for the $5 doodles. And when they look at what their policies have made, they'll still blame everything but their policies. And that's why you see all of the people who flee California just voting for the same thing wherever they flee to. No, he has gotten into bestiality. Wait, what? Senk has gotten into bestiality? Hold on, wait a minute. In a utopia, gamer subs wouldn't have limited edition flavors. True. The flavors would be free for me to buy whenever I so please. Senk did say if he was God / had the power, he would legalize pleasuring animals, so close enough. If you were a god, why would that be your first thought? Why wouldn't you be like, yeah, I would create a harem of like 70 bitches? Why would you want to go straight to pleasuring animals? There's no way. There's no way, man. No, Stevie Las Vegas, thank you for the 5 gift subs earlier. Thank you. Miss Gifter, thank you for the 5 gift subs earlier as well. Orismador, thank you for the 100 biddies. At least one of the people he shot came from further away. I don't remember the context. Who is shooting? Who is shooting what now? Luka Pilipovic, thank you for the 133. Joe is getting topped up with drugs right now. Yeah, every break was just him needing to pump it up higher, dude. Anna was going, what the fuck, through the tangent from your recollection? Oh no. He talked about the horses so much, he made his co-host disgusted. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Kyle Rittenhouse. Okay, thank you, Skookie. The Kyle Rittenhouse shooting, I forgot. I guess I shouldn't call it a shooting. He did shoot people, but that's not what it was. Kyle Rittenhouse self-defense situation. Is the debate still going on? No, I'm doing thank yous. No soap 420. Thank you for the $10 doodles. When covering a kid telling the police that her parents were making beast porn, what? Senk said the kid should be arrested and that their parents did nothing wrong. All right, well, why are there so many people who have progressive ideology who seem to be okay with bestiality? Can someone, like, explain this to me? Can someone explain the correlation here? Nylock7, thank you for the 5. The sad thing with the word utopia is it literally means no place, as it's impossible. Later, the meaning was changed to good place. I love subversive language! Great question, Kirsche. Gee, I wonder why. Daddy Jenkins, thank you for the 2. Obama enters the ring with a steel chair. And Obama's got him on the ropes! The Last Roman, thank you for the 20. You know what? Fuck it. I'm running for president. I will ensure half of the cabinet are VTubers. Anyone who's not a sub to the Foxy Cat Lady will be deported, and all old people will be forcefully retired. I added the word forcefully in there because I thought it made it sound cool. Will I be controlled by VTubers? Maybe, but it can't be worse. You'll have to convince the people on the right that VTubers are in fact not all degenerate, crazy skinwalkers. All right, okay? People, I like sometimes on like my bridge coverage videos, there will be a comment that's just like, I want to watch this, but it's from a VTuber, so it's bullshit. And I'm just like, Jesus Christ, guy. I was like, why you gotta be so anime racist? Chaos and Control, thank you for the 199. They should have just given Joe some fat rails. Yeah, give him some fucking cocaine rails. That would have perked him right up. Hideki, thank you for the 5. Funny if you see Obama come out at the end and walk Biden off stage. Michael White, thank you for the 5. Love how context is never important when Trump says something, but when it's Biden, you're missing the context, you liar! I mean, context was important. I did mention several times when Trump said something and I was like, hold on, wait a minute, I don't remember this. Wait, Kaho's a VTuber? Is she a VTuber? I didn't know if she went to VTubing. She did do flesh streaming before. When did Pippa change her voice and model? Still lives rent-free with you. These people, they're so anime, right? They think we all look the same, all right? I've had people, right, before I rolled out my, like, April Fool's joke lolly model, there were people who unironically called me a lolly. And I'm like, I sound literally like a lesbian biker. I have giant booba. I don't look like a child. I don't look like a short, petite woman either. So in what way, shape, or form am I a lolly? Everyone is Pippa, true. Camu Kush, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you. Chaos and Control, thank you for the 199. Vosh looks like he wants to cry. I'm sure I'll see the clip later. Ikaron Hate, thank you for the 69. We need some buttered dog. Can I play this? Can I play the buttered dog? Will it play? Hold on, I can't remember how to do my alerts.
I don't wanna.
Oh, maybe I can't play it. I think it's gonna play all of the alerts.
Wanna.
It's gonna play all of the alerts that didn't play. Oh no, not like this. Ikaron, hey, thank you for the 69 buttered dogs. Dog with the buttered dog. Congratulations to over 6,000 combined CC. There's no way. There's no way it was that high. I wasn't even doing anything. What the fuck? That makes me feel bad. That makes me feel bad. I feel like I didn't do enough tonight, dude. How do you think the Destiny community is dealing with Biden's performance? I don't know, man. I don't know. She just know. I don't look at my view count while I'm live because that would make me anxious, man. Foof 811, thank you for the prune. Thank you for the prune. Chaos and Control, thank you for the 499. Just give Joe whatever's in Hunter's jacket pocket. He's cooked. True. Whatever Hunter's got on him is probably enough to keep his father awake for the rest of the night. Czar011, thank you for the full fucking year. You can see through Joe's skin. He's so old. Yeah, I thought there might have been like a bruise on the side of his head, but it had like the same color on the other side, so I don't think it was a bruise or lighting. I think that's just like regular discoloration on old people head. I had more than 6K, don't say that. You have 1 billion viewers. Jesus Christ. Kirsche Piker, don't say that. Do I still have the 3D squiggly Kirsche model? I can't use that one as a VTuber rig, but I do have the 2D. Take a look at Kaho's channel. It's funny how Japanese women have no booba or all the booba. There's no in between. What the heck? Rock and roll Tyrannosaur. Thank you. Help for the cheesy 5 gifts members, dude. Thank you. Thank you for the 5 gift members on the YouTubes. Hey, tick, tick, boom. Thank you for the 5. I think the establishment is going to go with Biden didn't crap his pants on camera, therefore he won. That would be hilarious if they were like, Joe Biden, at his age, managed to actually articulate for the entirety of that debate, and that's a long time if you think about the other issues Biden has had previously in the past, and so since he was able to be erudite throughout that whole thing, clearly he was the winner. He did it. Everyone clapped. Hypnopants, thank you for the 365. Trump is pissed off and getting riled up by Biden. They're like siblings fighting over toys. True. Orismador, thank you for the 100 biddies. You must understand the words are very similar. I don't know what words. Neil Lindgren, thank you for the $5 doodles. The biggest threat to democracy is Joe Biden. Well, I wouldn't go that far, right? Joe Biden is just like a chess piece that they can use to push policy, especially because he quite literally isn't cognizant. He doesn't have his faculties all in a row, okay, right? So the biggest threat isn't Biden. If he wins, they're just going to keep pushing policy. The entire establishment is the threat here. No winners, only we lose, true and real. Reddit Zays, thank you for the 5. Missed the old men fighting. Who got the final leg sweep with their cane? Hi, beautiful fox and chatters. Hello! Good evening! I mean, I definitely feel like Trump did better, but he also evaded some questions. He looped a couple of times. Like, I had my grievances with him as well. Kier turned alerts back off. You sent a butt dog picture. I turned them back off because they were just playing all of the, all of them. I'm sorry, Tim. Blue Wolf Studio, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. The community comes for the fox and stays for the fox. In short, fox good. Thank you, Blue Wolf Studio good. Thank you. Looping. Trump has autism confirmed. Who looped better? Well, Trump, because he lied less. Obviously. Shall we look at the bingo? I didn't get a bingo, which means I probably missed something because I saw people in chat saying they got a bingo. CT2608, thank you for the 5. Biden just said on stage that he will prosecute Trump more. Yeah, and they didn't seem to understand that Trump was just kind of like, yeah, you guys were the ones that kind of opened that door, dude. Chaos and Control, thank you for the 199. They should have just given Joe some coke. Hard agree. I could give him the coke. I am the crime boss. Lord J, thank you for the $5 super. Oh, hail the alley cat, Big Don. Yeah, Big Don Alley Cat. Stone Man of Gardnerville, thank you for the 5. Look up May 29th, 2020, White House, and it makes January 6th look like a tour guide. I don't remember what happened on May 29th, 2020. I know there was, like, some progressive thing that stormed over a government building earlier this year. And I know we covered it on stream, but I can't remember what it was or why it happened. Memory hold. Yeah, my memory isn't hold. It's like just full of holes, actually. That's why I have you guys, chat. You remember things for me. And when I'm not live, KB and Ziz are my memory. That was George Floyd. Oh. How do you remember the exact day that George Floyd died? How do you remember that? Jesus. Ryan, thank you for the 5. You were there on January 6th and spent over 2 months in prison. What the fuck? You fought to keep things under control. It was a Fed-led trap for the truest patriots here. It doesn't surprise me with, like, how people were literally being let in the building. But that's crazy that you were there and spent 2 months in prison. God damn, dude, I'm sorry. Winchester Locke, thank you for the 20-month resubs. There's a good reason hashtag elder abuse was trending tonight. I haven't looked at Twitter except for that one tweet from the Border Patrol. Haven't looked at it at all. Ryan, thank you for the 2. Biden, I can't read that, but you know, thank you for the 2. The Pegasus box, thank you for the 365. Your grandpa is a Pole and suffered in the Soviet concentration camps. No one hates the Russians more than the Poles. I just feel like it'd be really dumb if Putin tried to invade Poland in current year, right? Or even next year. Like, that would be, like, the dumbest thing to try. I'm dying. Arismador, thank you for the 100 biddy. Speaking of Crime Boss, there are lady detectives, since you mentioned female cops the other day. Are there? I've never seen a lady detective. I've never seen a lady detective. That is, I've just gotten unlucky then. I'm excited to kill the women when I start playing. Anya. Spider Dude 93, thank you for the $2. AI Biden is more coherent, true and real. Zevian the Altar, thank you for the $5. For the base Fox Lady, thank you. Caustic Pyro, thank you for the 10. Is this the sign of life they're looking for? I don't think so. God, my whole body aches when I cough now. I probably just killed them too quickly to notice they were a detective. I mean, I guess if they have, like, an ambiguous name, maybe. I'll have to pay more attention. Miyuki! My favorite side character in Xenosaga. Thank you for the $10. The only way to watch the debates is with the Spicy Fox Girl. Thank you. And to the Fool, thank you for the $1.99. Getting secondhand dementia! His dementia feeds into my dementia and makes it worse, man. Am I okay? I'm falling apart. I really need to lay down. My body is starting to reject the sitting position after being beaten up from a massage. When you get a massage, there's two things you need to do. You need to drink a fuck ton of water afterwards, and you need to basically lay down. Like, if you try to do anything after a good massage, you're going to hurt yourself. And that is just the reality of things. Daniel Sierra, thank you for the $2 doodles. Biden just confirmed he wants to escalate the war. That wouldn't surprise me at all whatsoever. Got Fragu, thank you for the prune. Thank you for pruning. Thank you. Zantetsu13, thank you for the 956. You have to contradict the fact that the US should not have been involved with Ukraine. The accord to get rid of Ukraine nukes that demanded US defense them in the event that Russia attacks them. The accord to get rid of Ukraine. The accord to get rid of Ukraine nukes demanded US defend them in the event that Russia attacked them. I don't know how many nukes Ukraine has. I'm gonna be real with you. Again, just as a US citizen, I am tired of my tax money paying for wars that have nothing to do with me. USSR had nukes in the Ukraine. What Ukraine nukes? I don't know. I don't know what nukes they have. They'll draft Kirsche for Ukraine, Winter Soldier. Sam Hyde, please save me. You think the wording was more like the leftover nukes from the USSR? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know about the state of nukes over there. Andrew B, thank you for the 5. As a part-time terrorist, am I glad to be back in business under the president? Absolutely. Oh, under President Joe Biden, my part-time super terrorist group will have so much work, dude. Just pay a few $100 billion more and Israel will love us. Then they'll pay us back. Ari Air Q, thank you for the subby bubby, my guy. Thank you. John35, thank you for the prune. Seraph of Endymion, thank you for the $5 doodles. Out of everyone on screen, the cartoon Foxy was the most convincing human being. It's a really unfortunate timeline we live in. Mr. Five Finger Prostate Punch, thank you for the 5. I'm your first VTuber that you've watched, but I have more political insight than ghost politics. Keep up the good work. Well, I'm not a boomer yelling at clouds, so I mean, that makes sense. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy being around here. Joe K, thank you for the 10. Geriatric cage fight. Let's fucking go! The Last Russian Live, thank you for the 5. Rumble is down for you. Error 500. Well, I wasn't streaming on Rumble, so. Master Chief Floyd, thank you for the 5. If erected, I will codify foxes into a constitutional right. Please fund Elon Musk to stop fucking with Twitter and make catgirls real instead. Captain Cetard, thank you for the prune. Thank you for pruning, my guy. Anonymous, I'm dying. You can hear my throat giving up in real time. Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub to Sideways. Thank you. Z-Weedus, thank you for the 100 biddies. The desync is so they can mute Biden when he says something stupid. I'm so glad they fixed that desync. If I had to watch that whole thing with an audio desync, I would have freaked out, dude. I would have hated it. Riplocks, thank you for the subby bubby, my dude. Orismador, thank you for the 5. Can I interest you in Saudi border protection measures? I don't know what Saudi Arabian border protection measures are, but I can only imagine they're much better than whatever the fuck we're doing. To word it better, when Ukraine was first freed from the USSR, they had a bunch of nukes. The world wasn't crazy about them having them because they weren't terribly stable, but they wanted them as a deterrent against Russia. The situation was resolved by Ukraine giving up the nukes in exchange for the US promising to be the deterrent against Russia instead. So we basically promised to defend them no matter what. That is a kind of fucked situation, if true. Whatever president agreed to that. Fuck him. What Jabber said, more research needed to get fox milk to the US grocery store. True. Rave Master J, thank you for the $2. Remember, you have no standing to sue if illegals do vote. The only people standing are the people running the election. Actual clown show. That does sound kind of fucked up. You missed the debate. Did Trump win? I mean, as much as a win as you could get, I would say he probably looked much better than Biden did. 94, so Clinton. God damn it. God damn it. Dr. Foss, thank you for the 5. The Trump tax cuts doubled the standard deduction for everyone. For example, instead of $12K being deducted, it went to $24K. It's far more than anyone itemizes and allows you to keep more of your money. You hate when they lie about the tax changes. Yeah, I'm just, I'm wondering... I'm wondering when I'll get a CPA that actually knows what I do for work and can do it correctly. It seems like it's much harder than I initially thought. Pixie Mesa, thank you for the 5. Congratulations on still being mostly alive and functional after watching that train wreck. It's okay. I have lack of brain cells, so it didn't do that much mental damage to me. Or Esmador, thank you for the $1. He avoided a recession by editing the definition away from what happened. True and real. Just like they edited a lot of Wikipedia articles on stuff like, oh god, what was the cultural one that they edited? I can't remember what it was called, but there's like some Wikipedia article from some like Marxist cultural bullshit, and they changed the definition. Mystic Matt, thank you for the 10. Cultural Marxism, was it the cultural Marxism page? It might have been. Winter Soldier, thank you for the 2-month resub, my guy, thank you. And Mystic Matt, yeah, I got your poll right here. Thank you. Melikith Galahad, thank you for the sub, my guy. Oh, thank you. Oh no, I clicked on name again instead of the little color flag. I need the color flag. Hidden, thank you for the 5. No lolly model. How am I gonna get the geriatric old fuck to sniff you? No sniffing. Pogo Man 951 RS1, thank you for the prune. The Mr. Hat 84, thank you for the prune. Ikaron Hate, thank you for the gift sub to Maniacal Foreigner, my guy, thank you. Dre CL, thank you for the prune, thank you. Van Scott, thank you for the $5 doodles. As someone living in a third world country, your politicians and media seem nuts from out here. Hi from YouTube. Hello on YouTube. Our politicians and media are fucking nuts. You are correct. JKVT, thank you for the 11-month resub. Almost 1 year of spicy Foxu. Thank you for dealing with me for so long, dude. Thank you. Canis Lupus Rex, thank you for the 2-month resub. Thank you. Sky Shark, a 4683, thank you for the 600 biddies. Don't trust the red flag laws. You admitted yourself to the hospital due to depression back in 2017. Completely non-violent, trying to make your life better. As a result, you lost your right to own a firearm, and of course, they make it as difficult as possible to get back. Fuck Illinois. I mean, I am sorry about your situation specifically, but I feel like if we're going to have any sort of mental health checks in order to make sure that people who have mental health problems don't get access to firearms, I think that makes sense, right? If you understand that you have an issue and you admit yourself to get help, it does make sense that you lose the right to a firearm in that case. And it also makes sense that it is an arduous process to get that right back, right? Because just because you know that you are non-violent doesn't mean that that is something for everyone else, right? And I would feel more comfortable if the people who get admitted, whether it's self-admission or forced admission for mental health issues, lose their firearms, right? Those are red flag laws and they don't work because judges don't enforce them. When I think of red flag laws, I think of people going into someone's house before they have any sort of mental health admission, right? And just taking away their firearms based on thought crime before anything happens. Until the government says you're mentally ill. If you're afraid of spiders, all that's going to do is make people not self-report if you punish them for trying to seek help. Pre-crime? Yeah, the red flag laws are pre-crime type shit. Commies used to label dissidents as mentally ill at the time to justify institutionalizing them. Well, then why hasn't that been happening in current year? Because we've had these laws about losing your right to bear arms if you are admitted for a mental health stay. Why has it not been used to mass incarcerate people and remove firearms from everyone? We kind of understand you can't get your autism diagnosed because the government will take your guns. Do they take that for an autism diagnosis? I feel like that's a little weird, right? Because you can be diagnosed with something and not have your firearms taken away. It's if you have a mental health stay. Your manager application emails so we can get more Foxu streams like this. True. It's super normal. Can't trust the cultists. Well, it's like, I would need to see some proof of it having been happening, right? Because I don't know about that. 5-finger prostate punch, thank you for the 2. He also laughed at 9/11. Which, Ryan, thank you for the 10. You are all the first public people I've told about the J6 thing. Lots of things you could talk about that day. You'd run out of money if you went through super chats. You'd be glad to talk about it. That could be a really fun thing to actually talk about, Ryan, my dude. I don't have to lock that away in my small memory bank. It has been used, just not mass incarceration. Like, yeah, I know there have been some people who have been wrongfully red flag lawed, But when I think of red flag laws, right, I think of the police going into your house. You haven't had a mental health stay, and they just come and take your firearms for, like, thought crime, pre-crime issues that haven't even happened, right? Going into a mental hospital and having a mental hospital stay for mental health issues, I think that is the correct time to say, hey, you can't take away, or you can't use firearms for right now. And I haven't seen that, to my knowledge. I mean, feel free, like, to give me stuff and stream suggestions that I can talk about tomorrow. They're too busy propagandizing that the mentally ill are sane and safe with children. Thank you for the 100 biddies. What are red flag laws? Red flag laws are basically thought crime laws, where it's like, if somebody believes that you might be a danger to yourself or others, like if you said mean words, or if you got, like, super angry at one point, cops will come to your house and, like, bash it down. They'll arrest you. They'll be like, you can't own firearms anymore. That kind of thing. It happened, I want to say it was also in Virginia, but it might have been North Carolina. There was a pretty crazy case of that happening sometime in the last few years. Having a mental health issue isn't a criminal act, Kirsche. Also, why would a hospital release someone if they aren't mentally fit? I mean, hospital, you can lie to the people at the hospital. There are plenty of people that get mandated mental health stays, and they lie in order to get out early. Just because you have a mental health issue doesn't make you fucking dumb. Like what the Roman Empire legions would do. Oh god. Oh god. You totally disagree? You shouldn't take away people's rights because they might do something? I mean, then you agree with me then. My thing is if you have a mental health issue, right, and especially if your mental health issue, even if you specifically as an individual are not violent, something like depression comes with a lot of suicide risk, comes with people acting out and killing others, right? I mean, we've seen transgender people going out and committing tons of crimes recently. These are people that I think, if have been checked in for a mental health stay, should not have access to firearms. Your friend's abusive mom, Kier's mom level, kept getting out of mental health stays via lying. Yeah, it's very simple, very easy. It's not a right if it can be taken away. It's just a conditional privilege. I would not feel safe if people with mental health conditions were allowed to bear arms. I feel safe with the majority of people who are allowed to bear arms because mental health background checks are a thing. If everyone, regardless of their mental health status, was allowed a firearm, I would not be okay with that. Keep a gun on yourself. I do. State everyone is mentally ill now. Then why hasn't that happened? Why haven't they done that? There's a disturbing overlap between the mass shooters and SSRIs, not necessarily depression. And I'm not saying if you're on medication for a mental health issue, you shouldn't have a firearm. I'm saying if you have a mental health institutionalized stay, that is an escalation above just having a mental health issue. No crime, no disarmament, you have a depression and you should not be disarmed. Have you had a mental health stay? If you have depression, you should not be disarmed. If you have depression and you've either had a forced or self-committed mental health stay, yes, you should be disarmed. Public schools should have gun classes in the same way that they have sex ed. Parents need to opt them out. I can agree with that. It's a very gray area that can be pushed off a cliff if people are squeamish about it. I can understand people being squeamish about it, and I also, don't exactly trust the government, so I understand people being like, well, it can be used to just throw everyone in jail. They haven't done that yet. They haven't attempted that yet. They've done it to individuals, but they haven't just been like, all right, being right-wing, being against immigration is a mental illness, so we're just gonna take all of your guns now. And again, people keep misconstruing what I'm saying. I'm not saying if you have a mental health issue, you cannot bear arms. I'm saying if they've had a mental health institutionalized stay. The majority of people who have mental health issues do not get institutionalized. They haven't done it yet. You don't know if you can really get behind that. You agree with the principle, the issue is enforcement will not work. I mean, enforcement could be a big problem for sure, but again, this is a law we already have. Like, it's not even an argument. This is something that already exists. This is what is happening in our country right now, and I am okay with it. You were institutionalized for a few weeks, you made the choice to do so, and to disarm yourself temporarily. Once you had things under control, you rearmed. Yeah, and you were legally allowed to do that, and that's fine. I'm not saying you should be disarmed forever. I was saying I agree with the guy that he should lose his firearm if he gets an institutionalized stay, and the process to get it back shouldn't be as simple as, here you go, guy, have it back, right? So I'm glad that you got out of that, and I'm glad that you are well enough to be rearmed. That is the goal, is it not? It's not being enforced properly because the institutions aren't being utilized. And I can agree with that as well, RuPaul. We need to bring back actual mental asylum stays. That would probably reduce the amount of shootings we have. We did kind of see a start an attempt. Didn't we see the CDC say thing about racism a year back or so? I don't remember. Kirsche saying your story doesn't sound that bad to this specific case. It might be worse than it sounds because Illinois. When the problem is that they will red flag right-wingers, but not anyone from the left wing, as has happened. I'm not saying red flag law is good. That's not what I'm saying at all. I feel like either there's a lot of people who can't perceive breakfast in the chat right now, or I'm a woman and so you're just not hearing what I'm saying. You think it should be illegal to not have a gun on you at all times? Like, the police can fine you for not having a gun on you? An armed society is a polite society, and the mental health issue will fix itself this way. I agree. I agree that an armed society is a polite society, but if someone is mentally ill enough to be institutionalized, they should not have access to firearms. And arguing that they should is going to be a very hard sell for literally anyone. I think they should be disarmed for a solid 8 months after, maybe 1 year. After that, they automatically get the firearms back unless they had a hard fall and need to go back in the box. I don't think they even need it taken away for that long, right? Like that other guy in chat said, he got his back after a couple of weeks, right? So he was able to prove that he was competent and not a danger and get his firearms back very quickly, which I think is fine. And also, yes, red flag law hate. Red flag laws are bad. What I'm talking about is not a red flag law. You can understand what I'm saying. You disagree. You need to trust people until they commit a crime. Pre-crime is bullshit Minority Report kind of stuff. This isn't pre-crime. This isn't pre-crime. These are people with mental health issues. They are not functioning people. They have a mental health issue, which means there is something wrong with them that needs to be corrected. And especially if they get into an institution, right? That is a higher degree of a mental health issue than just someone on medication. A psychiatrist is not a judge. Guys, being mentally unstable is not pre-crime. Yeah, I don't understand why all of you guys want mentally unstable to the point of being institutionalized people to have access to firearms. Like, that is crazy. A mentally unwell person is still a person. A mentally unwell person, I can use myself as an example. I was on depression medication. I'm still on anxiety medication. I have a firearm. I should not have my firearm taken away. If I had committed myself to an insane asylum, right? If I had committed myself to a mental health institution, I should have had my firearm taken away. I would have had to prove that my mental health status after that stay was good enough to be able to handle firearms in a responsible way again. A felon is still a person, but we take their guns. You have constant intrusive thoughts about murdering people. Please help. Don't hold on to my guns for me, right? You have migrants coming illegally across the border and become citizens, but here we are. What? What does that have to do with anything? My golf score is better than yours, so you lose the argument. True. You don't think people are understanding the cutoff of what someone to be institutionalized was. It's not just medicalized. It's literally has had a violent incident from mental illness. I mean, the guy in the biddy thing said that he was non-violent. He just committed because he knew his problem was more than what could be dealt with outside of an institution. Even in that instance, I think that it's still the correct thing to do if you get checked into a mental institution to remove your firearms, and then you can get them back when you prove you're mentally efficient. Use the same thing you committed to felons to mental illness. Non-violent get their guns back as soon as cleared. Violent, you get a 6-month timeout. I'm not even comfortable with giving them like a hard time limit, right? I think regardless of what you were checked in for, regardless of it being violent or non-violent, however long your mental health stay is, they'll give you whatever kind of mental aptitude test is, right? They'll give you the mental aptitude test, and if you pass that, you get them back. If you don't, I'm sure there's some kind of waiting period. We can't just go around giving the mentally ill guns. That's the CIA's job. True and real. It's probably a deterrent from checking yourself in. If losing access to firearms is a deterrent from checking yourself in, I feel like that is all the more reason that you should probably have them taken away. If you're like, I have a mental health problem I can't deal with on my own and I need to be institutionalized, but then they'll take my guns, and then you don't, and then you go on to commit a crime, that's a problem. Wrong think is the left standard, that's where things always end up. I was like, yeah, much like I am pro-death penalty, but I don't trust the government to carry it out completely accurately, do I trust that it'll be carried out completely accurately in the case of the mental health check shit? No. And again, we've seen cases where it definitely isn't. But I would rather have this system than give everyone with a mental illness who's been bad enough to get into an institution firearms, unchecked, unregulated. Asmon's rubbing off on me? God, I wish. HH830Zeke 2K, thank you for the $4.99. This debate has essentially proven to you that there is no such thing as blood adrenochrome harvesting. What do you mean? Mr. J-Maz, thank you for the raid. Welcome, ATF raid, please don't shoot my dog. Welcome raiders. We're talking about people in my chat wanting the mentally ill to wield firearms. TK Sensei, thank you for the 8-month resub. If everyone were able to carry consistently, only cowards would demand free men be disarmed. Don't trust any authority to be just arbiters of your rights. My issue seems to be with who all remains free under current systems. What? What are you talking about? The problem is that the United States is a permanent and they destroy your weapons when they take them? Well, that's just not true. Again, we had 2 people who said that they were in mental health stays. Both of those people said that they got their firearms back. So I'm not sure what you're talking about either, dear chatter. 5-finger prostate punch, thank you for the 2. Should presidents pass a mental health check also? Yeah, I believe so. If you're gonna be the fucking leader of the country, you should pass a mental health check. What the hell? What is this I'm hearing? This is the ATF. We're ceasing you. Issue is that chat hasn't experienced being institutionalized and what that entails. Should be easier to get guns back if it was self-administered commitment. I don't know if it is easier, but yeah, I could say maybe there's a difference between a violent and a non-violent, and maybe there's a shorter time period for someone who's non-violent. But I still think that regardless of whether you're violent or non-violent, if you get institutionalized, you should have your firearms taken away, because you have proved that your mental health is above a level that can be handled in the general population. You feel like if the psych ward people had guns, a lot would probably pop themselves. And Bone, thank you for the 5. See, the Fox and chat don't always agree. We're the most diverse audience ever. Let's kick ass and take names, baby. Yeah, absolutely. You only agree with the idea that if you're in the institution, you shouldn't be armed, but if you're leaving the institution, your weapon should be returned in an instant. I don't think it should be returned in an instant. I think there should be some sort of mental aptitude thing that you have to do in order to get it back. Right? Like that is just my opinion there. Mental health in general doesn't have nearly enough policy. It doesn't. And again, we don't have enough people institutionalized, which is something I know most of you agree with me on. We see all of these crazy people with mental health issues committing crimes constantly, and all of us are just like, we need to reopen the asylums. These crazies are all out on the street. They should at least let him have a sword. Am I trying to say that I believe the mentally ill are less than human? That's what's implied by trying to strip them of a human right. No, you're just a fucking idiot if that's what you got out of what I'm saying. Holy shit. Terrible take. You still have the Foxy, but the only way you're taking the guns is from your cold dead hands? Well, I hope you don't have a mental health problem that means you're going to be a danger to yourself or others to the point where you get institutionalized. Danger to yourself or others is the requirement to get admitted, so you agree that it's a great cutoff point for having weapons suspended. Yeah. I was like, if they were taken away permanently, I would have a problem with that. Because I feel like when you get institutionalized, the point is to get help to get better. And if you get better, you should have your firearms restored to you. You nearly self-admitted yourself too. You should have your guns taken. That's almost the whole point. Yeah, right? Fox Arrow, thank you for the 10. As a pro 2A, as you are, you've got to agree, some people you wouldn't trust with a plastic fork. Yeah, I don't think it's a radical decision to be like, if you are mentally ill enough that you have to be institutionalized, whether by your own admission or by force, you shouldn't be allowed to have a firearm. It makes sense to take that away from you for that time period, and for you to prove afterwards that you're mentally apt enough to be able to handle being a responsible firearm owner again after that. Why do I trust doctors and judges so much? I don't. I don't trust them so much. Can this be abused? Yeah, but so can any law. So why not just devolve into complete anarchy? Captain Seatard, thank you for the 10. Honestly, you feel like we're being derailed. You love most of my takes. You just love guns so goddamn much. And you're drunk from drinking for the game debate. Thank you! Some people shouldn't drive cars. I'm people. I shouldn't have gotten a driver's license. I am exactly one of those people. It's who decides mentally ill that worries you? Yeah. And that can be a worry, but I haven't seen it abused en masse. They're not going house to house removing all people for wrongthink and putting them in institutions. Except they decide what is mentally fit. I don't think chat's alright tonight. Ryan, thank you for the 2. Who decides who is mentally ill enough? Look at me! What do you mean by this? If you never go get diagnosed, like, yeah, sure, you can need a mental institution stay and nobody will really know. That's how we get so many of those.
Oh, but he was such a sweet boy. I never would have expected this.
You think a proper definition of institutionalized needs to be declared on because this seems to be the line in the sand for everyone? I feel like institutionalized is a very firm line. 5-finger prostate punch, thank you for the 2. The gov works, but it's the people that let it down. I don't agree with that either. Evil Mandrake, thank you for the 5. Your standard is the one the founders had. If you aren't mentally competent enough to serve the militia, then you can't be part of the militia. True and real. Don't have a knee-jerk reaction, Chad. I'm not saying that just to agree with her, but you're welcome, all of you, to work it out rationally. Please tell me where on drugs, mentally ill, or felon are list of taking away rights. Might as well start removing the First Amendment for the same reason. I got news for you. There are actually places where people do not have their First Amendment right. School is an example of one of them. Someone, please. Who says you are a danger to yourself or others? Alright, so I guess we're gonna say that that Covenant school shooter, she wasn't a danger to herself or anyone else. She's perfectly mentally fit. That guy who wanted to shoot up government people but instead went to shoot up a supermarket, he was completely mentally fine. He should have been allowed to own firearms. That's completely fine. You know, those are completely fine people. I'm so glad that both of them were able to own firearms and carry out those shootings. If you're sane enough to know that you were crazy, wouldn't that make you not crazy? No. Kirsche, please take it easy on chat. They just watched the presidential debate, and so their collective IQ was drained by half. Oh my god, Dylan Roof. Yeah, who is that crazy Joker-looking guy who shot up the Aurora movie theater? He's completely mentally competent. Why would we want to take away his firearms, you know? That couldn't have been prevented. That would have been a thought crime. Hades, god of the underworld, thank you for the 2. You'd assume the ATF will definitely curtail laws. And if it gets abused, I would be the first person being like, hey, they shouldn't be doing that. To be fair, at the beginning, you didn't quite understand the situation being presented and thought it was a different scenario. Debate with Hassan when? Oh my god. Glad to see where the split is on us fake retards and the actual retards in chat. You're so glad the government spies on everyone. They always use that power for good to stop mass shooters. I know. It's not like their spying is used to punish political dissidents. Welcome to Die, thank you for the 2. What you're describing is 18 USC 922D. Yeah, I know it's already a law. The people in chat are saying it shouldn't be. And I'm saying it's okay to be as it is. Red flag law bad. Getting institutionalized and losing your firearms good. Help. Fun fact, someone could claim a person threatened to commit suicide. There's no presumption of innocence or due process. No, that is a red flag law. If someone says this person is threatening to commit suicide, you don't just get taken away and institutionalized. That's not how that works. If anyone had a gun, they could stop shooters. Yeah, they have illegal registries by doing it on the behalf of gun stores. I'm giving examples of gun-free zones. Think about why churches don't get shot up anymore. Excuse me, there was a church shooting just a couple of years ago. I'm pretty sure it was in Texas. There was a guy who went into a church, and I think he only killed one person, and then he got shot by somebody in the church. You forgot the number, but a minority of people that did non-gang mass shootings had no prior signs of violence. They had prior signs of mental health issues, though. Again, sorry, what is the difference? You're legit not understanding the difference. A red flag law is when the police come to your house and they take away your firearms with no justification. They just come to your house and they're like, we're taking these. We had a complaint. You're a danger, right? You haven't had any mental health issues. You've never been institutionalized. The police just come and take them. Red flag law, bad. That should not exist. If someone has mental health issues, they've been on medication, they've tried to get help, it's not working, they either get forcefully committed to a mental health institution or they check themselves in, that's completely different and they should have their firearms taken away. Red flag law is LOL what due process? Yeah, exactly. You support taking away the guns that the FBI give to unstable people. True. How the hell do we have so many breakfast non-perceivers here right now? I feel like it's very similar to when you try to talk to anyone on the progressive side about the difference between like autogynephiliacs and transgender people. They immediately just start screeching and don't want to hear whatever you have to say. And it's the same when you try to talk about there are people who should not be allowed to own firearms. There are people who are like absolutist about it and they're like, no, everyone should be able to own them regardless of their mental health status. That's perfectly fine and good and wonderful. I want everyone to own them, but I did eat breakfast. What if I set my arms on fire? Oh my god. We're listening. We don't agree with you. I know you don't agree with me, but I don't think you're listening. This only worked in 1777. It's like, if you guys want full anarchy, right? If you want no laws, full anarchy, then yes, I would agree with you. Give the mentally ill who have been institutionalized firearms. Let them bear arms and let them carry out their crimes. You know, if it's anarchy, fucking go for it, you know? The reason you're confused is up here in Kanakistan, very, very similar red flag laws are used as cover for otherwise illegal search and seizure. That's exactly what they're used for here. Red flag laws are bad. I've said that I don't know how many times, so I don't know how people are still getting confused. You don't think the mental health status is who is deciding the mental health status and who is deciding when it's no longer that status? That's why there's a mental aptitude test that you take in order to get your firearms back. Again, this is already a law. I'm not pontificating. I'm not talking about a hypothesis. This is just reality. Boomer, wow, thank you for the vibe. So many blessed people in chat. Never met a legitimately insane person. Sergeant Buck, thank you for the vibe. We could solve so many problems if we all just agreed to ban hands. No hands for anybody. Source, trust me, bro. Jesus Christ. How do you know the person will commit a crime until they do so? That's why mental health checks are a thing, Mr. Lunchbox, sir. What if, hypothetically, your firearms aren't registered and you don't trust the government to give them back? I guess that would very much depend on what kind of person you are, right? That would very much depend. You dated more than one legit insane person, so yeah, like I feel like having a registry for firearms is also kind of weird, because again, that could be used nefariously by the government. But if we have just guns everywhere that aren't registered and we don't know who has them, I mean, why? If I were to say there should be no firearm registry, there should be no registration for any firearms, why would I then oppose illegal immigration? Like, I just feel like if I was going to be ideologically consistent, if I was going to say no firearm registry, I would also have to say illegal immigration is perfectly fine, and we don't need to vet any of these people coming into the country. If we don't need to vet people to own firearms, then we don't need to vet people to come into the country. Firearms are not registered currently. It depends on the state. It depends on the state and the kind of gun. Your mental health will be defined by ideology. Who has control of the mental health sciences? Well, I wouldn't say it's control right now, but yeah, I get your point. We already have that, though. We have more guns than people in the US, and most of them, by far, are not registered. You still need to vet people, but they aren't registered nationally. I think illegal immigration and firearm ownership are two different. I think they both present issues where you don't know the people who own the firearms, and you don't know the people coming into the country. 3D printing doesn't exist, apparently. The only semblance of a case for red flag laws would be a half-assed vetting process, in which case the solution is more thorough mental health tests. I don't like the idea of red flag laws at all, because they probably only are used in an abuse way. The Soviets did that already. We know the consequences of my line of thinking. I don't know what you mean, I'm sorry. A firearm registry is completely different from illegal immigration. To be illegal, a crime is actively committed, whereas guns can, and regularly are, owned by people that have never broken any serious law. It's a right to own a gun. It's not a right to be an immigrant. Well, I mean, why not? It's just land, right? Double Spaghetti, thank you for the 5 Canadians. Leaf here. Firearm registry was used to escalate police encounters at home needlessly. Don't like red flag laws. Don't like leaf laws. Beg, I'm talking to an avalanche of brick walls. The stream will never end at this rate, and it'll only be more drained for tomorrow. True. True and real. It's like, it's a hard thing for me to talk about when it comes to the registry thing as well, because it's like, I don't want to register stuff with the government. I don't want them to know what I'm doing, and I know that I am a responsible person, but I know that many people are not responsible people. So I kind of have to try and consolidate in my own head. Like, I don't want to have to register things, and I don't think I should have to, but just because I am responsible and I shouldn't have to, should that apply to absolutely everyone, even the room temp IQ and the fucking clown world people? You could talk a little bit about your experience, but you thought it would be too on-brand given your username. You were deemed a high risk of self-delete for being too honest with a therapist and got a pair of slippers and extended hospital stay. Your state's law is you lose your firearms for up to 3 years. You don't have a history of violence or anything, but your reward for seeking help was losing your Second Amendment rights. That being said, not owning a firearm is probably right for me. And I would agree with that as well. I think 3 years is a little harsh. Like I said earlier, I don't think there should be any sort of like time frame. It should just be like you get out of your hospital stay and you can take a mental aptitude test. Help. If everyone has a firearm, then the problem is self-sorting. I mean, it depends, right? The problem's not exactly self-sorting because it depends on how cognitively aware you are, right? Like if I'm in a situation and I think of a criminal pulling a firearm on me, I would have to think, like, not in the moment, right? In the moment, would I be faster than that criminal to pull my firearm and shoot him before he shoots me? Would I have the aim to be able to do that? Right? Would I, like, just, there's too many things where it's just like, I don't know. An armed society is a polite society. Again, I agree. I think most people should own firearms. Kirsche, fastest draw in the land. And kind of when you're at the very top of the chain, gotta gatekeep. Congress was trying to enforce the VA having to report veterans that need help managing finances to the FBI to prevent them from purchasing guns. That's fucked up. Under the guise of mental health issues. Thankfully it didn't. Yeah, thankfully it didn't pass. That wouldn't make any sense. I was like, even again, if you have a mental health issue, that is different from being institutionalized for a mental health issue. A flip side, Fanatica, thank you for the $9.99. This doesn't feel complicated at all. You guys disputing that your coworker's insane ex-wife, who had the Shining level meltdown, should indeed get her gun back. I let her know chat said she's good. Yeah, that's a little weird. It sickens you that people in chat who are like, oh golly gee, I'm so glad they took my guns away, have beaten themselves down so much. I don't think it's beating themselves down. I think it's realizing, yeah, there was an issue and it makes sense to not be in control of something that you need to be responsible for and you're lacking that responsibility due to your institutionalization. You'd much rather everyone have firearms, specifically because both criminals and mentally ill are not going to give shit number one about registry or laws in general. I mean, yeah, criminals obviously aren't going to give a shit about a registry or laws in general. I agree. I can agree with that. And again, I don't like the idea of a registry, but like how are you going to know who has firearm? Right? How are you going to know? It's like, I feel safe because of some of the firearm laws we have right now. Because of the mental health stay, you get your firearm taken away. 5-finger prostate punch, thank you for the 2. Situational awareness should be taught and then guns. Women naturally have lower situational awareness than men, so I feel like that's a little bit difficult as well. Ben Grogan, thank you for the 10 pounds. If you're released from an institution, by definition, they are stating you're no longer a threat to yourself or others. Anything past that point is a red flag law, presumption of guilt with no crime. I mean, before they release you, give you the aptitude test then, right? So then if you're released, you can fucking have it back, I guess. Trigger Point, thank you for the $5 doodle. Don't forget mouse tweet. That's true. I still have time. Ideally, you have a point, but the current government can't be trusted. I would say any government couldn't be trusted to carry out everything completely fairly. You don't have psych ward level of mental illness, but your whole problem with it is you don't trust the government to give yours back or compensate you for them. If you did, you have enough guns to where you would consider the amount of money you spent on them to be an investment. Little Kirsche, you would be able to take your firearms into the institution to make yourself feel safe. My emotional support gun! My emotional support gun is my right as an American! You're speaking about your personal experience. Not everyone should have a gun, and at that stage in your life, you're not one of them. Yeah, it makes sense. Hopefully you can get out of that stage in your life, and you'll be able to own one again in a safe environment, dude. A firearms registry will only help the government oppress the people. Yeah, no, and I can see that point as well. Which is why it's like, again, I wouldn't want to register my firearms. I don't like the idea of a registry because I know how it can be abused. But it's also just like, I don't know. I don't like the idea of individuals existing that shouldn't have access to firearms. And I don't think the idea is just complete unregulation. Especially with the level of mental health crisis we have in our country. Complete deregulation, I think, would be very bad in our current culture. Principally, you think we all agree bad people and high-risk individuals. Not being able to shoot people is cool and good. Registry, red flag, conditional terms on any rights is a bad direction towards potential tyranny. Yeah, I can agree with everything you said there. Actually, absolutely agree with that. The idea of mental health as a requirement creates an opening to knowing everyone's mental health. Maybe? Ryan, thank you for the 5. You die to protect anybody. It's why you wanted to be a soldier, but with the leadership in the military, you don't see it. You want to fight for your country. I don't remember if you live in the US or if you're somewhere else, but like, I don't see the point in fighting for the military right now. I just don't. Psychium Cryo, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Criminals don't follow laws. Criminals don't register. I know criminals don't register. So I guess like a registry in and of itself is just completely fucking pointless at that point, because it's only going to be registering people who are responsible, and then it would be used against them entirely. But people who have mental health issues aren't criminals also. Right? Like a regular mental health person, regardless of institutionalization or not, isn't a criminal in that current state. This is a grown man stopped from eating steak because baby choked kind of thinking. It's a terrible idea. There's no sufficiently good reason for a firearms registry. No, I guess I can see that. That makes sense. If you trust the state more than your neighbors, you've already given up on actual liberty. I got some bad news for you. Nobody trusts their neighbors anymore. We do not live in a high trust society. We have incredibly low trust. I think most women have a lower sense of situational awareness because society holds them to a lower standard of agency. Having good personal agency allows you to develop that skill along with many other skills. Got the reason for why there's no reason for lists? Yeah, it's just like, again, if I'm rationalizing it, I don't want to register firearms. I don't like the idea of a registry. But like, I don't know. I don't like the idea of crazy people owning guns when they probably shouldn't. And I'm not even talking about criminals, because again, criminals, like you guys said, aren't gonna register, but your neighbors are European, of course you don't trust them. What the fuck? The Mayans didn't have locks or doors. That's an example of a high trust society? Yeah, exactly. When I was younger, my grandparents would leave the door open all day. They would just leave the front door open. They would leave the cars unlocked. That's a high trust society. It's facts. You trust closed circuit cameras more than your neighbors? True? Yeah. I think the biggest fix to all these problems, besides moms and dads in the home, is making sure mass pew-pews get absolutely ridiculed into oblivion versus free yearly news coverage. There's always going to be people who own things you don't like. It's less people owning things I don't like, but like, if a crazy person wants to, they'll still get some form of weapon regardless, and that's also true. That's a point that I make frequently. Don't we already have a question on the paperwork you fill out saying if you have mental issues you can't get a gun? Yeah, it's a law right now, right? Like, it's already a law. Do it like any other offender registry rather than making a list of all the innocent civilians. That makes sense. That makes sense, but like, wouldn't you have to wait for them to commit a crime to put them on like a firearm no-no registry? Unless you're saying that people who get institutionalized can get put on like a lesser kind of list, I guess. Suicide and mass shooting is a crime. If they're gonna commit a crime, why not commit two? Crazy people who can't be trusted to the degree of not being able to be trusted with guns should not be outside the loony bins anyways. No, I agree with you. We just don't utilize our loony bins, as it were, in current year. James Kaz D, thank you for the 4-month member. If everyone carried, crazies owning guns would be basically inconsequential, as they would get dropped the second they tried anything. I think that is wishful thinking, right? Like, I think that's very much wishful thinking. There are wonderful cases where some crazy tries to commit a mass shooting and gets immediately taken out. But then there's other times, right, where they kill a bunch of people before they get stopped. Or we have, like, the ineffectual police at, was it, oh god, I can't remember with the school, where the police just, like, fucking didn't want to go in, and they were stopping parents from going in, so they basically just let a whole bunch of kids get killed, right? You think it has merit, but it won't always be the case? Yeah. Was that Uvalde? Okay. Lots of those happen now? Yeah. You mean gun-free zones? And I don't think they should be gun-free. I used to think that I would want teachers to have firearms. I don't think I would trust teachers in current year with firearms. So I guess the next best thing to do would be to have, like, security guards in the school. But there's also issues with security guards, so I was like, I don't know. There's no good answer here. We already have a system that allows police in states to keep their firearms in their lockboxes until their suspension period is up. Sweat-free? Well, I mean... suspension period? I don't think you're talking about mental health institution stays. You don't trust current teachers, but if we got better teachers, then yeah. Yeah, but at that point, you're just kind of, like, hypothesizing about the future, right? Like, in a perfect high-trust society... yeah, everyone could own firearms. It could be registry-free. We wouldn't have a need for asylum, so it wouldn't even be a problem, right? The biggest issue with a requirement to register firearms is totalitarian politicians seeking confiscation. That happened in the Soviet Union and its client states. Yeah, I agree. And there should only be gun safety and use classes in middle school and high school. There should be shooting ranges in schools, teachers should be required to carry, and we should have private security with rifles in school. I only disagree with teachers being required to carry because of the teachers we have in the school system right now. Again, like Rapolt said, if we had better teachers, I could probably go back to thinking that like I did years ago. But in its current state, absolutely not. I don't want teachers to have firearms. Hear me out. Don't send your children to public schools. Also true. Not every teacher and not forced to carry a gun, but there should be ample tasers. And teachers should be a master of their field because we want to learn from the best. Teachers shouldn't make 1/10 of the pay of the job in their field. Pay teachers more and we'll get better teachers. I disagree. And I would absolutely not want to pay teachers more in their current iteration. Because again, the education system has been completely co-opted by ideologues. It's just been Marxism for decades. For your parents, and for us, and for the generation below us. Offering them more pay is just, hey, indoctrinate us for better pay. Like, that's stupid. Isn't there supposed to be a police officer always at the school to prevent these situations? I don't know. I know there's police officers in some inner city schools. My school never had a police officer. More pay doesn't fix anything. Look at what happened when they federalized the TSA with more pay. True. 5-finger prostate punch. Thank you for the 2. Would I join the draft or dodge? Well, I'm a woman, so hopefully I would never get drafted. Women shouldn't ever be forced into a draft. And again, my opinion on a draft is that it only works in a high-trust society. I don't think a draft is something that we should have in our current iteration, because why would men want to fight for a country that tells them they are always the problem? What are they fighting for at that point? Dodge the draft. Prison is preferable. Public education was always a state psyop. No one should be forced into a draft ever. In a high-trust society, if you have to worry about other countries attacking you, which, if you don't build a military, eventually they're going to attack you, right? You're going to need to have some sort of setup to be like, all right, all able-bodied men are going to come and fight and defend our country. In a high-trust society where you like your country, that makes sense. That makes sense. You got a sharp stick taken away from you in school. We should only put women in the draft because they'll get all the benefits. What the fuck? Draft age is 39. Oh my god, that's so high. World War II America was high trust, as you now can word it. I see where you're going with that. Ideally, the draft is for people who don't realize shit. I mean, unfortunately. If a woman can do anything a man can do, we can't. If not better, then they should have to defend their country as well. You hate the draft. No, I don't think so, and I've never bought into that feminist propaganda. Ryan, thank you for the 2. You dodge, you're not fighting for the government, and I wouldn't blame anyone for dodging in current year. There's zero reason to fight in the military in current year. The first round is up to 26. Oh, Jesus. Unfortunately, with a potential World War III in the works, sadly, there will be a draft soon, which is scary. I mean, people keep saying Civil War and World War III, and it's not happening, so... Just got banned from the Destiny Reddit, because you guess you shouldn't say MAGA 2024 when they're in a spiral of depression. Tora, thank you for the €5. You don't understand why there's more control over who owns and drives a car than who owns and fires a gun. You're not American, please don't hit me! It's not a right to drive a car like it is embedded in our constitution to own a gun. And, I mean, I guess if the wording is that if you're not fit to be able to fight in a militia, then you shouldn't own a firearm, that would preclude quite a lot of people. 18 to 55 is the draft eligibility age range. I see you guys pumping out so many different ages here. I have no idea what it is. You're not dying for Justin Trudeau, and I would not want anyone to. Five-finger prostate punch. I keep wanting to call you Death Punch like the band. Thank you for the 2. VTubers recruiting for the forces. I'm curious. No. One thing you observed during the debate is that CNN drones started out calling Trump former president, and then later it became president. Is it etiquette, or did they lose faith? It's probably just like, I don't know, etiquette maybe? Like they introduced him as former president, and then they just called him president. A car is a several-ton metal missile sharing the road with thousands more missiles every day. Guns only come out when necessary. A car is also not a right. It is a privilege. It is not something that everyone is just granted by existing. It's not even the right to a gun. It's the right to keep and bear arms for defense, etc. So give me my civvy nuke, dang it. On June 14th, 2024, the U.S. House of Representatives passed H.R. 8070, all males between the ages of 18 and 26. Thank you, Repol. And longer words to say former president and Jake Tapper and Dana Loesch don't have the bandwidth to keep doing it. Well, the thing is, there's different levels of the draft. The selective service to 25, a full draft, a wartime draft would be 55 plus. That's so old. Though probably most 55 plus men would be more capable than women on the front lines if I had to actually think about it for a second. No, a lot of people think that China will make their move right before the elections in order to postpone them so Trump can't get elected. What the heck? Well, I was supposed to keep catching up on thanking you guys, but I have lost my place now, and it's almost 1 a.m. I need to die before my body is incapable of streaming tomorrow. I am in so much pain. I am glad we can have a little bit of a disagreement, and I'm glad you guys can also help me understand things a little bit better sometimes. Because it's like, yeah, I can agree. Registry probably not the best. Probably not the best thing. It's like I have my issues with people who have been institutionalized owning firearms, but yeah, a registry would probably be pretty fucking bad. You know, good discourse. Smart Foxy, when I like that. I don't know. I try not to live in the, like, I'm only going to think about the best possible scenario outcomes. And I think if we removed our, like, mental institutionalized, you get your firearms removed if you get institutionalized laws, we would have a lot more issues in current year. I don't want that kind of anarchy with the kind of mentally ill people who are allowed to just kind of run around everywhere, you know? So I'm glad we can have these kinds of discussions sometimes, chat. Plan for the worst and hope for the best. Otsu XCOM, what the fuck? Lunchbox, thank you for the $15. Foxy Love, thank you. I'm gonna go cover myself in ice, dude. Five-finger prostate punch, thank you for the 2. The Kirsche army, will you pass a draft bill? Look, if I bought an island and I had a whole bunch of people live on the island and we were an independent country, hopefully I wouldn't need to institute a draft because people would just want to protect the island from outside governments, right? I'd only need to institute a draft if people weren't going to protect, as it were. You know? Darth Ravon, thank you for the 5. There's a bill that may be changing that in the works to draft women. Welcome to the meat grinder. The E4 Mafia awaits if you make it. And I think this is, again, like, one of the perils of feminism, trying to prove that women are exactly the same as men when they're not, and they need to have standards greatly reduced for them, which makes the military more inefficient, as well as putting men's lives in danger by lowering the standards to allow more women. Drafting them will not make a better military, it will make it worse. And not only that, but women are the ones who make baby. If we have a bunch of men who die in a war, how are we going to repopulate if the women are also now dying in the war too? How much to never say that prostate guy's name out loud? Thank you for the 1,000 biddies, Mihai! I like saying the prostate punch guy's name, it's fun. Don't spite feminists by sending your women to war chat. That destroys your next generation. That is my biggest point whenever I talk about these things. Hate the feminists for what they've done. Hate the useful idiots who have ushered in this horrendously unfair situation that we're living in. But don't punish people out of spite because you want to see all women suffer the consequences of what a small group of women who got men in power to agree with them for the sake of control and government overreach. Thankfully, the government's working on the birthing pods. Jesus Christ. Alex Blackfoot, thank you for the $2. Go to bed. I'm gonna have to go to bed, man. I'm gonna have to go to bed. It's a loop, but please be smarter than advocating for laws for a petty revenge. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Let's see who's online. Let's see who's online here, because I'm not usually alive at this hour. I'm not usually alive here. Ah, no. Ah, no. Well, Sayu's online, and I don't get to raid her very often, since, again, I'm not alive at this hour. Buenos nachos! Oh, don't talk about food. Oh god, I'm gonna vomit. Raid the fish? I get to raid fish pretty frequently. I'm gonna raid Sayu today. I'm gonna raid Sayu today. I love the fish, but I do get to raid her frequently because of my stream times lining up with hers. Saya, thank you for the 5! Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Benjamin Franklin. That's a very good quote, and I guess that's something for me to think on as well. Right? Because it's like, I don't want total anarchy with like mentally ill people owning firearms, but is that me, like, giving up liberty for safety in that regard? I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe it is. I don't know. What's a Sayu? She's another VTuber. She's very cute. She got blue hair. I like blue. You got blue. A 5-finger prostate punch. Thank you for the 5. Ah! You joined the Kirsche Island government, but you're not wearing the government-mandated fox ears. Don't worry. I don't want my himbos wearing fox ears. They'll turn into femboys. If it isn't, it's really close. Yeah, I don't know. That's food for thought, you know? Can't change the world, but you can stay strapped. Change what you can. Don't worry about what you can't. But I like thinking about things. I try to be as ideologically consistent as I possibly can, chat. So it's like sometimes I don't know, I gotta marinate on things a little bit. 2A is the best right because it guarantees all others. I can agree with that very much so. The reason our other rights don't get taken away is because most of our society is an armed society. Might not be polite anymore, but hopefully we can get it back to that, you know? Geriatrics Anonymous raid. Yeah, again, she's not a political streamer, so don't bring up political stuff. Geriatrics Anonymous is fine, because it doesn't allude to the debate, but don't bring up politics. Don't bring up the debate thing, alright, okay? She's just a cute girl doing cute girl things, alright, okay? Don't be weirdos in someone else's chat. Go say hi to Sayu. I'm going to go pass out because I'm in a ton of pain after drinking a million water bottles. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye! Bye-bye!